would continue to act, including reprising his fighter pilot role.
I'm Chief Meteorologist T.J. Shuck in the ABC 36 Storm Team Weather Center. Of course, we have been tracking severe weather out to the west of the Bluegrass region all evening long, but now we have finally seen the squall line of thunderstorms move into the Bluegrass region, and as we've told you the last couple of days, what inevitably happens within this very intense line of storms, which is coming up on the west side of Frankfort, you can get a little isolated tornado spinning up. So we've got a small part of northern Franklin County into northern Scott County and a part of Harrison County right in this polygon here. Now, Georgetown, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning, but you're not in the tornado warning. We'll take a look at some of the velocity data and see what we're dealing with here. I'm going to step back and reset this real quick here. And then we'll get back to it and zoom in and show you exactly what's going on here with the winds relative to the radar site. So looking at the velocity data, it's right in this particular area right here where the possible tornado is. So this is that area that is right up US 127 here, coming up on Swallowfield. It's right along the area there of the US 421. So if you're anywhere here in northern Franklin County, the northern part of Scott County, now Stamping Ground and Georgetown, you're not in the tornado warning polygon. You definitely want to be in your safe place. This is our rotation detector, and you see the little bit of green there. That's an indication that there may be some rotation. I'm going to go in a little bit closer, but some of the communities impacted here, again, Swallowfield, which is just north of Peaks Mill. That's where the possible rotation is. Again, looking at the velocity, what we're looking for are greens and reds going in opposite directions close to each other. Now, of course, you've got the red polygon here, but it's this area right around Flag Fork. I'll put the telestrator on it right here. This is where the possible rotation is. It's moving this way. Now, we don't have our shear marker showing up, so it's not really strong rotation, but there is a possibility, again, of that spinning up quickly. We had that scenario about a half hour ago back the east side of Louisville. Actually, there was a debris signature with the part of the cell that is off to the northwest here. So the leading edge of this, it's really packing a punch as we have it move into the Bluegrass region. So taking you back again, from Frankfort down to Lawrenceburg here. It's on the west side of Frankfort out toward Western Hills. Eventually, it's going to catch Lawrenceburg, and I'd say here in the Lexington area, it'll be here within the next 15 or 20 minutes or so. We'll put a storm track on it here, give you an idea. So the leading edge here, pull it out a little bit, and I'll try that again. Get things centered up here. So again, if you're on the west side of Frankfort, again, you definitely want to be in a safe place. So let's try this one more time here. All right, so some of the areas impacted here, again, west side of Frankfort, right around Kentucky State University, Peaks Mill, Franklin County High School. That's coming up just in a couple of minutes. The Jet area right there at exit 58 and US 60, right there as you go into Frankfort. Some of the other areas, Wood Lake at 117, Lawrenceburg. You're going to see this in about 10 minutes, and then over toward McKees Crossroads, that's at about 119. And this line, the leading edge, has the potential of producing upwards of 65, maybe 70 plus mile per hour winds. I do want to take a look at this cell down here because it looks like coming out of Elizabethtown and running toward Bardstown. Looks like a tornado warning for parts of Nelson County, which that goes until 1:30, and also Washington County, that goes until 1:30 as well. So clearly right here in this area, we've got a little bit of rotation. So that's something to keep an eye on. But front and center here, again, the severe thunderstorm warning, Scott County until 1:30, Anderson County until 1:30, Woodford County as well. So Lawrenceburg, you're in it. You're just right on the edge. Lexington, again, we're not in it right now, but within the next, I'd say 15 to 20 minutes, we're looking at this thing rolling into the west side of the metro area. It's on the west and north side of Frankfort. I do want to go back and revisit this area right here. Now, our SCIT data has popped up just to the south of Owenton there. And the BTI, which is the Barron Tornado Index, scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest, it's at about a 3.8, got a little bit of hail in there, maybe upwards of a ½ inch. This is north of where the possible rotation is, but some of the areas listed here, more so up here into the northern part of Harrison County, up around Berry, Antioch, Marcus. Those are some of the areas that are going to see it here within the next little while. So that's something to keep in mind. But let's go a little closer here again and take a look at this part of the cell where the possible rotation is. Again, it's just a small little sliver here of the area of northern Franklin, northern Scott, and into part of Harrison County. So looking at the velocity data, nothing really jumps out. The shear, the rotation detector, nothing jumping out as well. So I think what was indicated on radar from the Weather Service in Louisville does not appear to be as strong as it was. And that's what we could potentially see, and I think will, as we go through the remainder of the overnight hours, the early hours of this Thursday. As this moves eastward, it's primarily going to be a damaging wind threat, but within the squall line of storms, we could see a quick spin up. As I mentioned back here, and I think once we have the light of day, back here on the east side of Louisville, in this area right of where the Gene Snyder meets Interstate 64 as you come into Jefferson County, there was a debris signature on the radar within about the last 30 to 45 minutes. It dropped down very quickly, and as quickly as it dropped and the signature was there, then it lifted rather quickly, and that was the end of it. So that's essentially what we're going to be looking at here. But it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning, it's still just right on the edge of Versailles up to Georgetown. Lexington, not in it as yet, but again, I think here within a short period of time, they are apt to move this off to the east. I'm going to step off here real quick, check the chat and see if we've got any info from the Weather Service as far as what they're thinking relative to what's going on with those warnings. So just right now they're talking about just some of the potential damage there on the east side of Jefferson County. Just some bit of debris along the interstate, but other than that, it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning, it's going to expire at 1:20. The tornado warning that I showed you there across Washington, Nelson, and Marion, that goes again until 1:30. So that's where we are right now. They still have not canceled the tornado warning for the northern part of Franklin County and here northern Scott County, and then over just northwest of Cynthiana. But we've got a lot of lightning here. Owenton coming up eventually on Williamstown, but all up and down this line. It's just gone through the heart of Frankfort here. I'm going to zoom in a little closer here. So up next, is the Wood Lake area. I mentioned Jet. There's exit 58 right there at US 60, and here's Interstate 64. So Midway, Stamping Ground, Versailles. This leading edge here, even though it's not a tornado, we're talking winds potentially 70 to 75 miles per hour. So the Toyota plant north of Georgetown, of course, Kentucky Horse Park, Bracktown, and the western part of Fayette County, I'd say give it maybe 25 to 30 minutes, maybe a bit longer than that, because overall this has had a tendency to be going a bit slower than what we saw a little bit earlier, because that frontal boundary, which is going to camp out north of Lexington and essentially stick around for the next few days and up the flood threat, it is beginning to slow down a bit. So kind of here's the bigger picture of everything that's going on right now. There's the squall line. It's just kind of broken apart, but these segments here, the leading edge has some pretty intense winds, and every once in a while it will spin up a possible tornado. But again, most of what we've seen on the radar here within the last few minutes that prompted that tornado warning into northern Franklin, northern Scott, and that small part of Harrison County, just not really showing up very much at all. More concerned with what's coming really into the northwestern part of the metro area right now, because those winds, winds have been up. We've been hanging in the upper 70s much of the evening here, and as this rolls into the heart of the bluegrass, once that leading edge rolls through your area, those winds are going to ramp up again upwards of 65, 70 miles per hour. A couple little cells developing just ahead of it, but again, the big tornado threat was out across western Kentucky. If you were watching earlier on Wednesday, we talked about how that severe threat was ramping down from a level 4 west of I-65 out into western Kentucky to a 3 here in the bluegrass, and then a 2 out into eastern Kentucky. Do want to let you know that they have extended that tornado watch, which was in effect as far east as Frankfort until 2 a.m. That's now been extended until 7 a.m. to include much of central and eastern Kentucky. So I think they're just kind of playing safe with this thing moving eastward. The other part of this, they got some very torrential rain, and that's going to be a little bit problematic, obviously, with more expected as we go through the day a little bit later on. Still hanging on to this. They've got it out until 1:30. I think it gets to a certain point, even if they choose to drop it, it doesn't disappear off of the graphic here until we reach the bottom of the hour. So I'm going to step off again. Meteorologist Dylan Godet just arrived, and he'll be joining me shortly here. Looking at the chat from the Weather Service, not seeing anything, although just popped in right now from Scott County. One of the ham radio operators reported a funnel cloud. Law enforcement at Smedley Road near Stamping Ground there in Scott County. So that being said, we'll go ahead and take a look at this area right here, because there's Stamping Ground, and again, this part of the line, which is bowing out a little bit here. Not seeing anything just jumping out relative to the velocity here. And as far as the shear is concerned, again, nothing's jumping out at all. Not really any hail. As far as any potential debris signature, not seeing that either. It's really just the possibility of those straight line winds. Although it does look like they've kicked a new tornado warning out, I believe, based on the that report of the funnel cloud from the folks up in Scott County. So it does look like We've now got a new tornado warning here for, even though again the velocity data is getting farther away from the radar site. I'm actually going to switch over to Jackson here real quick and see if that has it showing up a little bit better. Yeah, that gives it a little better signature here. So the new tornado warning is out for, it looks like, the northern part of Scott County and then up into Harrison County, and that's going to go until 1:45. So if you're in Sadieville, if you're in Garnet, if you're in Barry, anywhere north of Cynthiana. So Cynthiana, you're not in the tornado warning polygon here, but again, taking a look at the velocity data, we switched over to Jackson's radar. The Louisville's radar was getting a little muddy, but the report from the ham operator was down here in this area near Stamping Ground. It's right there where the reds and the greens, of course, anything going toward the radar, which is over here at Jackson, next to the red that is going away. You see those side by side. Even if it's broad, that can potentially be a possible tornado here. And with that report from law enforcement via ham radio operator in Scott County of a possible funnel cloud, they've gone ahead and put it out for northern Scott County and into Harrison County. And we've got a little bit more shear there now. Didn't have it a few minutes ago. So Sadieville, you need to be in your safe place. Go to a basement if you don't have a basement, lowest level of your home, preferably a closet, a bathroom. You want to stay away from exterior windows and walls. Barry there in Harrison County, Garnet, Oddville, and up toward Clayville. Now, Cynthiana proper, you're not in the polygon, but again, given that we've got this squall line of thunderstorms moving eastward that will occasionally spin up an isolated tornado. We saw that back, as I mentioned, back toward Louisville. There was a significant debris signature on the radar in eastern Jefferson County, and it lifted fairly quickly, but not before, I believe, doing a little bit of damage. Of course, they'll go out and do a survey tomorrow. But a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning now between Owenton and Williamstown. And Georgetown, it's raining heavily. The leading edge isn't quite as sharp as what it was with Louisville's radar, looking from a different perspective. And now, as you see, right on cue, severe thunderstorm warning until 2 o'clock for Bourbon County, Scott County in there as well. So this part of the line is obviously really cranking out some pretty strong winds. Again, those winds could potentially be in excess of 65, even 70 miles per hour as this races through the Lexington metro area. Fayette County proper not in this yet, but I wouldn't be surprised at all if it doesn't eventually get included. So zooming in a little bit closer to this part of this line of thunderstorms, where we've got a bit of rotation right here in this area. Looking at the storm, the relative velocity here, put the telestrator on it right around Sadieville. That's where the potential rotation has shifted from Stamping Ground kind of off to the northeast here. And it's a little more reliable given that law enforcement at least what appeared to be a bit of a funnel cloud. And again, this part of the squall line has had a history of at least showing some rotation, and back toward Louisville, as mentioned, did drop that brief tornado that did a little damage there right at the Gene Snyder Freeway and Interstate 64 before it moved off into parts of Shelby County. Looking at our rotation detector, anytime you see a little bit of red to go along with the green, it's not anything that jumps out. Usually it's pretty tight and circular. It's spread out. So obviously the algorithm is picking up on something, but it's not jumping out here. So let's see. So we've actually, they've warned for two parts actually of the line here. Let me put the reflectivity back on. Try that again. There you go. And then we'll get rid of the warning, or at least we'll try to. So it looks like you got two different offices warning here. That's why we have two separate tornado warnings. You've got the Wilmington office in Southwest Ohio. It's responsibility for Grant County and Pendleton County, and so the northern part of the squall line showing some rotation. So you got tornado warning out for Pendleton County until 1:45, and for Grant County until 1:45 as well. Obviously, this is going to move away from Williamstown, and then of course Harrison and Scott County, they're part of Louisville's responsibility. So that's why we've got the dual tornado warnings essentially. So any of these areas here, basically east of the I-75 corridor, get rid of the warning there, and then we'll move it back over. So from Dry Ridge, Williamstown, and points to the east, the leading edge of this here, it's crossed over I-75. So any of these communities, Morgan, Antioch, Berry, Garnett, Oddville, Cynthiana, Connorsville, running up toward Browning Corner, all of these communities into northern Harrison County and southern part of Pendleton County over into Grant County. Those are the areas where we've got possible rotation here. Dylan, are you mic'd up?
Yes, I should be mic'd up. Yes, and they did say that with the severe thunderstorm south of the tornado warning, so for eastern Franklin County, they went severe there because of a 50-knot gust at the airport there in Franklin County.
So again, looking at the shear markers here, and actually, let me take the lightning data off too. That gives you a little better view of it. So you see the two tornado warning polygons here, one north, one south, two different offices warning here, and the green that you see here, and actually this little area that looks like it's just to the west of Berry, where you see the darker shading here. As far as our rotation detector, it's a little more prominent in that area right there, just off to the west of Berry. See if I can get the telestrator on here. This thing's really being challenged. So it's right there. So if you're in Berry in northern Harrison County, you definitely need to be in your safe spot. We mentioned it many times during the day on Wednesday. These overnight events can be particularly problematic, and it looks like with the rotation detector, that part of the squall line where we've got the rotations going to eventually run over toward Antioch and Claysville there before it eventually moves over toward Robertson County there and Mount Olivet. It does look like it's going to remain north, at least the rotation, that part of it, that's going to remain north of Cynthiana. But nevertheless, it's this area where the reds and the greens are side by side. The green going toward the radar, which is back here in Jackson, and the reds going away. You get those side by side, and essentially that gives you the indication that there may be a bit of rotation there. So
it also looks like now, at least looking at Wilmington's radar, just to the east of Sadieville, between Sadieville and Connorsville in Harrison County, there's a little bit of some rotation on that part of this line as well, the one just south of the one that you're talking about.
Yeah, there you go. I've switched over to Wilmington's radar, which is obviously off to the north and a little bit closer to the northern cell, as Dylan was indicating. And It's this area right here, right around the Morgan community. So there's Berry in Harrison County, and there's Morgan in Pendleton County. Here's Grant County. I think you're roughly in the clear from the rotation here. Let's see what the shear is showing up, and there you go. A little bit of moderate rotation with the detector here. It's almost literally this area in between the two warnings, the one for Harrison and up into Pendleton County. With the way this thing's tracking, it's going off to the east, essentially. Even though most of the cells have been moving off to the northeast, it may squeeze right between the two of those. But that's a little bit better look. Now, as far as any kind of debris signature or anything, nothing jumps out at all when you take a look at it. So that's definitely a good thing in that regard. All right, let me switch back over to Jackson, see if I can get rid of these warnings which continue to pop up, and we'll extend it out just a little bit more so I can kind of give you a bird's eye view of where we are. Don't want to forget about Lexington here. And some of the data was kind of indicating this as it was going to move into the bluegrass region here. It wanted to slow down first and foremost, and it has a bit, but it doesn't appear to be that uniform line that we had farther back to the west. You see this bowing out here where we've got the potential rotation up north of Cynthiana, and then it kind of cuts off, and then you have another segment here that's coming out of Spencer County and looks like Washington County, and eventually going to run right along the Bluegrass Parkway toward Lawrenceburg. Got a severe thunderstorm warning for that, and have they included Fayette County in that?
The severe thunderstorm warning?
Warning.
Southwestern Fayette County is included within that severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh, no, I didn't turn the warnings off. I was just trying to click it, and there we go. Yeah, all right, Fayette County until 2 a.m. So northwestern western side of Lexington and Fayette County got a severe thunderstorm warning until 2 a.m. So it's really for what's rolling up the Bluegrass Parkway, it appears. And let's go a little bit closer here just to kind of get a little better idea. Georgetown, you got some heavy rain. Obviously, we got a lot of lightning with it, taking it off just because it sometimes it's harder to see the reflectivity, and especially when we're looking at the velocity data. But in Georgetown, heavy rain. We got some rain here in Lexington, but again, it's this stuff that's coming right up the Bluegrass Parkway. Lawrenceburg, it's just to your west, just to the east of Taylorsville there in Spencer County, and to the east of Bloomfield in Nelson County. So this leading edge here could easily kick out 60, 65, possibly upwards of 70 mile per hour winds. Now, as far as the velocity data goes, maybe a little bit of broad rotation, it looks like. The rotation detector, again, showing up a bit of light green here and there. It's a decent distance away from the radar site, so that's something to keep in mind as well. So you have that part of the cell there that's, or at least kind of the broken line. It's almost segments now. That's going to, of course, impact Lexington, and then of course we've got everything that's going on across northern Kentucky. And again, that's really looking pretty intense, especially where you've got all the lightning here. And where you see that pink, there may actually be a touch of hail. I'm going to switch it back over to Wilmington's radar because that one is a little bit more efficient. We got a skit that popped up there as well. Not even showing a BTI, ironically. Some of the ones out across western Kentucky earlier on Wednesday evening were up 6.5, which is fairly high from what we generally see around here. So it's moving fairly quickly. It's got some hail in it, but I think that's what the skit's picking up on more than anything. So you got 2 tornado warnings, again, Pendleton County, Falmouth in there, and then north of Cynthiana, northern part of Harrison County, and back into northern Scott County, although I think essentially we're in pretty good shape in that regard as far as it goes, and almost looks there's nothing that really jumps out other than maybe circle it here. Does that every time. There we go. Probably this little area right there, and could be a bit there as well.
Yeah, that's what I was watching earlier.
Yeah.
It looks a little bit better on Wilmington's, but it looks a little bit better on Wilmington's, but it's still very broad. Any rotation at all there northwest of Cynthiana. It was picking it up a little bit earlier when it was right on the Harrison County, Scott County line, but it's kind of lost it now.
Yeah, it looks almost a little bit, more like it's becoming more of a straight line wind issue.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what the shear, the rotation detector out of Wilmington looks like now as well.
Yeah, see, it's got a little bit there, again, just west of Falmouth and down toward Morgan County. But again, when it's not circular, and you've seen that with the event that we had Sunday night into Monday morning, and Dylan's got a graphic as well. We'll show you at some point that really shows you need things to be circular on the rotation detector for it to be a little bit more legitimate. When it's stretched out like this, that's almost more like a straight line wind situation. But again, we got a lot of heavy rain, to say the least, and that in and of itself is going to be problematic just because of what we're expecting here over the next few days, because as this stuff slows down and then we see additional development later on today, apt to see a little bit of severe weather potentially as well. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. But let me put a quick little storm track on the entire line here that stretches down as this thing moves pretty rapidly. I mean, it's moving down the pike. So here's some of the areas that are going to be affected across northern Kentucky into northeastern Kentucky. Poindexter at 136, that's in about 5 minutes. Cynthiana 137. Harrison County High School there in Cynthiana at 138. Down the road, Antioch around 138, and some of the other communities that we've been mentioning, along with the tornado warning here, which I think will eventually get dropped out here, I would think fairly quickly. I know Dylan's got that graphic relative to the
on links too. If we could pull that up, that shows what we're looking for there with our rotation detector. We want. If we want to see something there, it would be where we're noticing that strong or extreme. You notice how you're seeing the reddish colors and eventually the yellow and orange, goldish color. That shows strong rotation. When you're seeing that lighter green, that's weaker rotation.
Yeah, and when it's light green and it's kind of stretched out, that again shows very, very weak. But what we look for is the red, and when you definitely see the yellow in there and it's fairly tight and circular, that typically gives us a good indication that there's some decent rotation and possible tornado in there. And it's a great tool to have, especially in situations like now early this morning here, just being able to have that rotation jump out, because sometimes just looking at the regular storm relative or velocity data, what the winds are doing relative to the radar site,
they did just
doesn't
say
jump
that,
out as quickly. If we can switch over to the back.
Tornado warning possibly coming soon for Anderson, Woodford, Fayette County, Scott County area. They said that a couple of minutes ago. Still don't have that. That's severe warned right now. But
here, let's see. Let's switch over to Louisville's radar and see how we're looking here. All right, so this is a cell in question, or at least part of the squall line. I mean, more than anything, these are kind of breaking off and becoming bowing segments. And you see the little, I'll put the telestrator on it here. You see the little notch right here. That's causing it to bow out, and a lot of times that'll give you some straight line wind damage, but also in that scenario on the northern edge of it, you can get a spin up tornado sometimes as well. So
it does look like Lynx 1 for some reason is a little bit behind. They do have a tornado warning now out on this. So
I wonder if it's because I've got it in play.
Yeah, let me pause it and then bring it back on here for you. So you can get that.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that should, let me put your mouse back. Hopefully it can pick you up now. Picking you up, yeah, there.
Yeah, there we go.
It's through 2 a.m. for
Yeah, so-
Anderson, Woodford, Southern Scott, Northwestern Fayette County.
Okay, so you can see, let me take the lightning data off here because again, that makes it, so where you've got the polygon here, that's our tornado warning. So Anderson County, you got Fayette County, looks like basically the northern half of Fayette County. So from the airport all the way around Leestown Road, Georgetown Road, almost around to Paris Pike, Georgetown in it as well. So this thing heading through the heart of the metro area, it is picking up on the SCIT data. Now the BTI is low, again, scale of 1 to 10 to 2.6, but here's some of the areas that this cell, and even without the potential rotation and possible tornado here, these are some of the areas that are going to be impacted here shortly. So Frankfort 150, Jet there at exit 58, and right there Woodford Franklin County line, Versailles at 153, Midway at 157. But if you're in Anderson County, if you're in the northern part of Woodford County, including Midway and Versailles, if you're in Georgetown, and if you're on the west or north side of Fayette County and Lexington, you need to go to a basement. If you don't have a basement, go to an interior room, lowest level of your home, preferably a closet or a bathroom. You want to get yourself away from exterior windows and walls. And we'll take a look again at the velocity data here, and I still think, and Dylan will probably concur here, it's almost like a straight line wind scenario here, because when it's uniform like that and you don't really have anything jumping out. Now looking at, again, our rotation detector, notice how it's elongated. We were just showing that graphic a couple of minutes ago, and that's what if it's tight, then that's typically, it jumps out at you. But there could be a little bit right there along US 127 in Lawrenceburg. So it's
definitely strong winds, for sure.
And that was going to be my next point. Regardless of whether we've got the possible tornadoes, some of these winds could even be strong enough to equal a weak tornado. So not anything to mess around with. And again, this is why it's always problematic having these events during the overnight hours when folks are sleeping. And that's why we suggest, of course, that you keep your phones charged, have a way to get the warnings, and hopefully folks are getting alerted to this.
Yeah, and a lot of people probably waking up right now with that alert.
Absolutely.
On their
phone, so just going a little bit closer, and I'm going to leave the reflectivity data off and just have the rotation detector on so you can kind of see where we are with the possible rotation. The velocity data from the radar, again, the green is toward the radar, so that is back to the west there in Louisville, and then anything in red is going away. And when you get those side by side, that's where you get your possible rotation. But I think at least right now, we're dealing with more of almost a straight line wind damage potential. But we do have the tornado warning out for eastern Anderson County, including Lawrenceburg. It's right on top of you right now. Versailles, you're in it. Midway, you're in it. The Kentucky Horse Park, out Bracktown. It's just north of Bluegrass Airport and Keeneland. Bluegrass Airport, not in the tornado warning polygon. South side of Lexington around Man of War, Fayette Mall, Brandon Crossing, not even in the severe thunderstorm warning. But if you're waking up, getting an alert, and wondering what's going on, it's probably good to just go ahead and get into your safe space, because this thing is going to come rolling across the heart of the metro here within the next 15 to 30 minutes. But the Horse Park, and then of course farther to the north here, including Georgetown, the Toyota plant, and over toward Centerville as well. So essentially all of southern and eastern Scott County, western, northern part of Fayette County, doesn't, almost literally looks like it's just outside of New Circle Road. So, you know, running out Leestown Road, running out Georgetown Road. Once you get beyond New Circle Road, anywhere out in the county there, here in Fayette County, up toward the Horse Park at the northern split with I-75, you're in the tornado warning polygon, need to be in your safe place. Midway, anywhere along I-64, up just to the out west of Georgetown, and of course there, that beautiful drive along US 60 between Versailles and the exit 58 at I-64, and then you hit Jet before you go on in to Frankfort. All those areas, Millville as well, just not far there off of US 60. Woodford Reserve, the distillery, out that way as well. There's your at least leading edge of this that is kind of bowing out. And again, it just, you know, it's there's not that sharp edge. You've got a little bit of activity as far as the heavy rainfall out ahead of it, but you're really going to be dealing with some strong winds again for the second time, because we had a little batch that rolled through Frankfort a little while ago. So this is your second round. The worst of it is just rolling through Lawrenceburg right now as we speak. So Millville, Versailles, Midway over to the Horse Park, Bracktown, all these areas, again, in the tornado warning, which runs until, what is it, 2?
Yes, 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. So we got about 15 minutes here. So I've kind of zoomed out a bit here just to kind of give you your bearings since we've been zoomed in fairly close. So Cynthiana, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. You got a lot of heavy rain. There's a lot of lightning associated with this, but this little bowing segment that is rolling into the western part of the metro area right now from Frankfort right down US 127 to Lawrenceburg. You're in it now with the heavier rain, but the leading edge of that, that's where we have the potential of those winds, 60, 65, even 70 miles per hour, just based on the scenario. And we talked about damaging winds being the primary threat, a spin-up tornado, fairly likely or at least possible, and that's what the Weather Service at least feels like what they're seeing as far as the velocity data is concerned.
We did just get, this is with a different storm, but just, you're talking about the winds. Harrison County, Kentucky Mesonet site just had a gust up to 58, and that's with that severe thunderstorm warning there.
And that's the criteria for a severe thunderstorm warning, winds 58 miles per hour or greater. So again, looking at the velocity, and everything looks pretty
Jackson's looks a little different, especially now the latest scan on Jackson's looking at the rotation detector. You can kind of see, once you click on shear, you can kind of see that northeast of Lawrenceburg, between Lawrenceburg and Versailles.
Yeah, there you go. So again, velocity data, just a quick lesson here. What you're looking for is, even though it's very, very broad, it's right around Millville there. It's this area right here. You want the greens and the reds right next to each other, and that's telling us that the winds are going opposite directions relative to the radar, side by side, and that's what we look for. And then one thing that helps us along, of course, is the rotation detector. That's the algorithm that picks up on that, and where you see the deeper red there, just right to the west of Versailles, I think that's the area not only where we're seeing the potential straight line winds, obviously in excess of 60 miles per hour, even potentially maybe 65 to 70, but also could be a case of where a quick little spin-up tornado may be possible. Now, the latest scan comes in, you notice that the red, which was a little bit stronger, disappears. And that's generally how these things cycle, referencing what is, I think, going to end up being a confirmed tornado in eastern Jefferson County. This thing literally dropped very, very quickly. There was a very strong debris signature indicating that there was some damage and that was lofted, and that gives us the signal, or at least shows us on the data that there has been probably a touchdown. It was down, that signature was there for maybe 2 or 3 scans, and then it disappeared, indicating that it had lifted. And speaking of looking at the debris signature, what we would look for here is typically you'll see a little speck of blue with red surrounding it, and essentially the radar's picking up on something that is not in the form of rain or precipitation. It's other inanimate objects, which can be, tree limbs or any kind of debris that's lofted, and that's usually that debris ball or detector that we look for.
Something else I'm noticing, this thing's moving very quickly, 65, 70 miles per hour. The skits are at least picking up on that speed of the storm.
Yeah, well, I'll just go ahead and hit the skid here, even though I don't have it, and it lines up pretty closely with what they have as far as where the tornado warning polygon is. That's in red, and then underneath that and kind of surrounding it in yellow, there's your severe thunderstorm warning. So with the skit data, and again, the BTI, Barron Tornado Index, is pretty low. It's a 2.5. Scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest. But Wood Lake, 157 within the next 7 minutes. Stamping ground there, which ironically, the law enforcement within a half hour or so ago with that northern cell saw a funnel cloud there. It'll be at Great Crossing, the newly crowned state basketball championship, boys basketball, Great Crossing at 2:03, Georgetown proper 2:04, and then over to Scott County High School at 2:05. Kentucky Horse Park, same drill there, and then the Toyota plant at about 2:07. So to Dylan's point, this thing again is moving along fairly quickly here.
And we did just get an update from Kentucky Transportation Cabinet. No wall cloud or funnel seen in Anderson County, 3.5 miles southeast of Lawrenceburg. No hail and winds around 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, so you look at the hail, and it is picking up on a little bit of hail, and actually when you get that bright pink and the reflectivity here just to the west of Versailles, usually that's an indication that you're seeing maybe some pea to dime sized hail, and the 1 hour hail tracker pretty much confirms that there's the possibility of some hail. Usually when it goes darker and you almost see some black pixels, that's an indication that it's very, very probable that you've got maybe some larger hail in there. So it's probably dropping a little bit of small hail. And again, a lot of heavy rain. I'm taking the lightning data off, but I'll put it back in. Just, yeah, pretty prolific lightning maker here. So probably a lot of lightning and thunder from Frankfort over to Versailles, back to Lawrenceburg. So this area, western side of the metro, and eventually this is going to come rolling right through the heart of Fayette County, even though, again, still with the ongoing tornado warning here for about 8 minutes. So where you see the red polygon here, those are the areas that are under the tornado warning, which is just extreme eastern Anderson County, central and northern Woodford County, southern southeastern part of Scott County, and basically western and northern Fayette County, just outside of New Circle Road on the north and west side. I mean, literally the warning polygon there right out Georgetown Road, running out toward the horse park there. You get beyond the New Circle Road and you're in it. Downtown, not so much. And looking at our rotation detector, nothing is really jumping out at all. So it could have easily, again, I think this is going to be more of a straight line wind concern. We're going to get a little bit of hail with this as well. So let me just kind of push out here and kind of give you the bird's eye view of what's going on. So this thing, to Dylan's point a minute ago, it's actually started to pick up speed, because at 11 o'clock, talking about how the entire area, and that was a little less than 3 hours ago, was slowly moving eastward while the individual cells were moving more northeastward. But once it hit the I-65 corridor, it did pick up a little bit of forward speed. But now the question becomes, how much farther east and south does it go? Because the frontal system is moving in, but it will and is beginning to stall out. So this stuff could easily slow down a bit and then maybe even pivot. And actually some of our model data, our in-house data, it actually was trying to hold it back and not even bringing it here into Lexington until 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. I showed that during the 11 o'clock newscast. The data was kind of jumping back and forth with that scenario a little bit, and thought that was kind of the outlier of the potential solutions. But to the point is that frontal boundary is going to be stretched out across northern Kentucky, and we're going to see some additional development back to the west and just several rounds of some heavy rain and thunderstorms. We've got a level 2 risk as we get deeper into Thursday, primarily a damaging wind threat, but still, just given the time of the year that it is, and ironically now we are at the 51st anniversary of the super outbreak of 1974, which happened on April 3rd, and now we are into the early hours of April 3rd. So the point being is the time of the year that we typically get into the heart of our severe weather season, and unfortunately have some of these overnight events. The skit data is still picking up.
No updates from Louisville National Weather Service office on this. It's still warned for 5 more minutes, but they haven't extended it, so that would be
and again,
telling.
looking at the velocity data right there in that area, the red and the green together, but it's broad and not tight in any capacity. And if anything, it looks like that's probably the leading edge of some straight line winds that are rapidly hitting the west side of Georgetown and are going to sneak over the county line and be, say, out north of the airport, running more so along the I-64 corridor, so Newtown Pike, and then running out toward the northern split and beyond, running over toward Midway. That's probably roughly where it is right now. And even the rest of Fayette County and Lexington, downtown and the south side, all this is going to move your way, even though it kind of looks quote unquote muddy on the reflectivity. It's just a lot of heavy rain. As you get some of the more intense rainfall, you're going to get some of that wind rushing down to the surface. And again, we'll see winds probably at least 50, if not 55
Yeah, it's going to
plus.
be right on the airport, so we should get a pretty accurate wind gusts from that.
So we got about 3 minutes here until this thing should expire. Haven't seen anything, haven't gotten any reports or any updates from the Weather Service. Haven't seen anything that has jumped out at us. But of course, with this coming up on Lexington proper and the metro area, things settling down a little bit, the heavy rain continuing in Frankfort, same story in Lawrenceburg, but it's really in between Frankfort and Lexington, just right over Midway there in northern Woodford County, and right over Versailles, actually right there in between Versailles and Midway. That's where I think we're probably catching a little bit of small hail right now. Anytime on the reflectivity you see that brighter pink, that's typically an indication that we got some hail. And in fact, you see the 1 hour hail tracker with some possible hail there. So don't be surprised if you're hearing that ping on the roof or against your window. But
Okay, that has been expired, that tornado warning.
So the tornado warning that was out for Anderson County, Woodford County, Scott County, and part of Fayette County, coming up here in 2 minutes, the warning polygon, the tornado warning polygon will go away. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning for looks like the western, southwestern part of Fayette County and points westward, although I highly suspect they're going to end up extending at least the severe thunderstorm warning, obviously farther to the east. And again, looking at the rotation detector, don't see anything at all that's jumping out by any stretch here. So bird's eye view of everything here down the line. Richmond, Mount Sterling, you're still quiet. Berea, and obviously all of southern and eastern Kentucky. I mean, we've been hanging in the upper 70s throughout Wednesday evening and now into the early part of this Thursday, although we finally got the rain-cooled air working into areas west of Lexington. And of course, as Dylan mentioned, it'll be interesting to see what the observation is out at the airport, because we're hitting the top of the hour, even though we get them in 5-minute increments. And one that they generally kick out comes right at the top of the hour, and that essentially coincides with this thing rolling right over the airport, or at least looks like the leading edge.
They are going with severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on this. The latest scan kind of shows a little bit of rotation between Lexington and Georgetown, a little bit, but not anything that's really standing out.
I'll put the lightning back on and let's see if you can get the warnings back on. I've clicked it multiple times.
They are on.
Are they on?
So no, actually, they're not.
Yeah, because I hit that by mistake and they disappeared, and now they're not coming back. You may have to get out of it and hit play, and we'll go again, and then that way we'll be kind of up to date.
Yeah.
All right, so you see all the well,
Maybe.
I don't know if it's.
That should be back on you now. Theoretically. Nope. All right.
Well,
Let's restart this. All right.
It's we get a little punchy at 2 a.m.
You can take links too. We're looking at that storm on links too while we
if you can, Caleb, just switch over to the other source so we don't look at the Atlantic here for period of time. This is what Dylan was talking about. This area right here, which is essentially just right over Keeneland and then north of it up toward Georgetown. This is the little area right here where we may be catching just a bit of rotation there. See if I mean it's showing some shear, but nothing tight by any stretch. But more than anything, obviously the west side of Lexington and Fayette County, you're seeing some very, very strong winds. All right, let's switch over back to 1 and see if we can get this thing. There we go. So as Dylan mentioned, they've got looks like they pushed the severe thunderstorm warning out until 2:30. It does include downtown, out Fayette Mall. Looks like right there, Brandon Crossing over toward Boston Road, that area, Winthrop Drive, just kind of right on the edge, and then it of course extends into the northeastern part. Winchester not in it. I think eventually you'll get there. Bourbon County 2:30 up toward Carlisle, Nicholas County, that's until 2:30.
See, the airport only gusted up to 23, so at least the latest right at
well, the biggest thing you're running into besides the wind damage potential is once that leading edge rolls through, you're looking at torrential rain. I mean, you talk about not a fun drive from the split there at the Horse Park up through Georgetown or out I-64 midway over to Frankfort, and literally just probably constant lightning strikes, because you see the number of lightning strikes that we've got. Frankfort, Georgetown, midway for sales, and then running over toward Lawrenceburg. Not so much here in Lexington, but that's going to change here fairly quickly. Nicholasville, you're seeing a few sprinkles, if that, at least for the time being. Looking at this little area down here, just to the west of Harrodsburg. Now you see down toward Campbellsville, in fact, just right on cue, they put a tornado warning out up to Taylor County and Campbellsville, but the rest of that is actually out of our viewing area. So obviously we'll keep an eye on that. But this part of the segment that's kind of broken up, it's zigzagging through the area. This is in eastern Washington County, and it's about to move into Mercer County. So eventually, it's right around Cornishville right now. Heavy rain in Mackville, a lot of lightning, but running up the US 127 corridor from Salvisa to McAfee down to Harrodsburg, I'd say give it 15, 20 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. That'll be headed your way. East of Camp Nelson, north of Tetersville, just a little isolated cell not far from Valley View there, looks like along the Garrett, Jessamine County line. And then farther to the north, we're really getting into the heavier rain, essentially from downtown out Purcell's Road.
If you want to take
Road
get on the Kentucky Horse Park camera, I should have that playing out there. If you want to hit that camera icon and get you can see the camera one right next to it should have it.
Sorry.
Camera one right next to it should have it.
Sorry.
Yeah. And then you can kind of see the rain coming down and some lightning in the background there.
That's not hitting.
Yeah, hold on. I can click it
Yeah,
here.
go ahead and click it.
Maybe. Yeah, it's not wanting to pop up. But you can see the rain coming down at a pretty good clip there. I'll try to pull it up on links too here in a second.
All right, so obviously torrential rain, severe thunderstorm warning for probably half of Fayette County. Literally the ABC 36 studio just barely in the warning polygon here. Chevy Chase out toward Fayette Mall. You get into northern Jessamine County, not the case, but again, a lot of lightning. Georgetown, Midway, and then into the western part of Fayette County, just a lot of torrential rain, a lot of lightning as well. If you want to switch over to links too, Caleb, we can show you what's going on at the horse park, and you can just see how heavily the rain is falling. And again, there you're practically constant lightning strikes, or at least every few seconds. So as this stuff continues to work eastward, we'll see that heavy rain, and again, just a lot of lightning and thunder. So definitely expect that. All right, let's flip back over to links 1 here, and
yeah, not seeing a whole lot.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be dealing with the rest of the morning. Is as this rolls through, you're going to have a lot of heavy rain. You're going to have a lot of lightning. We're going to have a few severe thunderstorm warnings because of the potential of the winds 55, 60 miles per hour, and there's still that possibility of a spin-up tornado, and we will have to watch this cell that's coming out.
It is, I would
Barron
look at
County and up toward Campbellsville.
north side of Lexington. There is a little bit of rotation now starting to show up with this on the southern edge of the storm.
I'm gonna get us over here. All right, so taking a look. God. There we go. All right, we can hear the thunder here at the ABC 36 studio. All right, so yeah, as Dylan mentioned here, we'll go in a little bit closer. We look for the reds and the greens close together. The green being toward the radar site, which is back here in eastern Kentucky and Jackson, and the red being away, and you want to see those side by side here. So it's in this general area, as Dylan mentioned, not far from the horse park. We were just showing that camera a minute ago, east of Georgetown and close to Centerville. It's in that area. The rotation detector, it's picking up on a little bit, nothing really jumping out. But see, that's how this typical setup is. And you notice how they just trimmed the severe thunderstorm warning to get rid of the western part of Scott County and Woodford County. So it's now Fayette County, central and eastern Scott County, and then over into Bourbon County and parts of Clark County as well. But it's this area that we've got circled. Every once in a while, as these things move through, you can get that quick little rotation, and
And even if the
it just
radar doesn't
updated.
pick up on it, it could happen between radar scans. That could happen that fast.
And that's what happened back, in the Louisville area. Yes, there was a fairly good velocity signature, but then within a scan or two, you got the debris tracker picking up, the algorithm picking up on some debris lofted, and that's an indication that things have gone south, and the fact that it's probably touched down, and I'm sure they'll confirm that fairly early tomorrow morning there in eastern Jefferson County. Ironically, that signature was right over the intersection there at I-64 and the Gene Snyder 265 there in eastern Jefferson County if you ever head over toward Louisville. So Dylan mentioned something to just kind of keep an eye on here as this works toward Paris. Again, we're just under a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Fayette County and over into Bourbon County. This goes until 2:30, so we got about another 20 minutes or so. But putting the reflectivity back on there, again, this part of it that's just through Centerville, just right along US 460 between Paris and Georgetown, it's just through your area. It's going to come on into the west side of Paris there in Bourbon County. I think we got probably some small pea to dime-sized hail potentially. Looking at the hail tracker, it's actually not showing anything. Looking at our rotation detector, a few little spots here and there, but again, nothing really jumps out. Are you seeing something farther south?
Yeah, the Mercer County storm showing pulsing a little bit of rotation near Harrodsburg, north and west of Harrodsburg.
Well, and that's what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
And that just even on the reflectivity, it looks a lot more intense.
And it probably has a little bit more energy to work with south of where Fayette County's at.
Well, and of course, because there's nothing to impede it south of it. It's just warm, moist air being fed into it. So this one definitely has a better chance of potentially turning into something. So there between Macville and Cornishville, just right, probably all pea to dime-sized hail potentially. Looking at the hail tracker, it's actually not showing anything. Looking at our rotation detector, a few little spots here and there, but again, nothing really jumps out. Are you seeing something farther south?
Yeah, the Mercer County storm showing pulsing a little bit of rotation near Harrodsburg, north and west of Harrodsburg.
Well, and that's what we were just talking about. Just even on the reflectivity, it looks a lot more intense.
And it probably has a little bit more energy to work with south of where Fayette County's at.
Well, and of course, because there's nothing to impede it south of it. It's just warm, moist air being fed into it. So this one definitely has a better chance of potentially turning into something. So there between Macville and Cornishville, just right there on the Washington and Mercer County line, it's that general area. And you even see our skit picking up on maybe that little bit of rotation. Again, the BTI is low, but in these scenarios, you don't need a high BTI to get a little low-end EF0, EF1 tornado. I mean, how many times have we seen that through the course of time? So some of the areas here, Mercer County High School, 219, that's in about 8 minutes. McAfee along US 127, that's at 221. Down the line here, farther to the north, West Jessamine at 2:30, and this is going off to the northeast, which is why it's picking up areas more so up toward Nicholasville and even Woodford County, because it's oriented off to the northeast as opposed to everything shooting straight to the east, where it looks like at least this part of that segment where it's most intense.
There may even be, honestly, two areas where it could be trying to rotate, both north and west of Harrodsburg.
So you got moderate to heavy rain at Salvisa down to McAfee. It hasn't yet reached Harrodsburg, but it's about to. And the warning in Mercer County, you got about a little over 15 minutes left. Back to the west, you're in good shape. Taylorsville, up toward Frankfort, just general rain and storms. But of anything we've got out there, as Dylan mentioned, this I think probably has the best potential possibly. Yeah. So it's this area right here where you see the green and the red, where we got it circled just west of Harrodsburg. That could be just a brief spin up here. The rotation detector, it's picking up on at least some rotation. It's not anything that's jumping out. It's kind of low end to moderate here.
Louisville's radar may have a little bit of a better look. I know it's kind of muddled between Louisville and there, but it kind of shows it a little bit better there.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. It's right over McAfee. I'm going to go in just a little bit closer because this is a better example of what we look for when we're trying to pick out the rotation. When you get the green and the red, especially right here in this area, there's McAfee, and ironically,
they just went tornado on it.
Did they? Okay, so this area right here, if you're in northern Mercer County and it stretches up into Fayette County, it's for this rotation right here, and you hear that in the background, and that's what you want to hear.
It's including downtown Lexington.
Yeah, this includes downtown Lexington. So when you see the red and the green side by side, this is what you're looking for with possible rotation, and we've got that across the northern part of Mercer County. So that has prompted a new tornado warning. I want to show you the shear here real quick, and you see how we've got the stronger rotation. So if you're in McAfee along US 127, I was just about to say, having done this for 25 years around here, I can remember an event in the early 2000s where we had a confirmed tornado in McAfee, and unfortunately a fatality in that area as well. That was in May of 2003. Just because it jumps out remembering. So if you're in McAfee, if you're north of Harrodsburg along US 127, you're under a tornado warning now, and that goes until 2:45, and it does extend up to include the Lexington metro area and downtown Lexington. I'm going to kind of broaden things out here and give you a little better idea, because I'm sure a lot of folks are probably waking up here in Lexington.
Yeah.
You heard the alerts going off on our phones, and that's why we tell you to keep your phone on the alerts, keep those alerts on, and of course not have it on silent. So if you're just looking at the reflectivity or the intensity of the thunderstorms, nothing really jumps out at you. That's why the velocity and the shear are important to show where the possible rotation is within these little bowing segments. We've talked about this literally for the last several days. You get a squall line, or in this case, even kind of a broken squall line, or these segments that come through, primarily straight line damaging winds. But every once in a while, you can get a little spin up here. And again, looking at the velocity data, it's right down here in this area, just north of Harrodsburg, along the US 127 corridor. So with it moving off to the northeast here, Lexington, downtown Lexington, and much of Fayette County is under a tornado warning until 2:45. So for about half an hour. Nicholasville is in this as well. And looking at our rotation detector, it's this area right here. Let me go in a little bit closer, and then we'll kind of work north from there. So McAfee there along US 127, it's actually crossed the corridor there. So with a rotation detector, when you see the red, that's a little bit stronger, and that's the algorithm picking up on it, and that's what prompted this tornado warning. So Mercer County, right along the Kentucky River, High Bridge, if you're in Nonsuch there in southern Woodford County and into Jessamine County, if you're in the city of Nicholasville, you need to be in your safe place. Go to a basement. If you don't have a basement, go to an interior room, lowest level of your home, preferably a closet or a bathroom. You want to be away from exterior windows and walls. And there's your possible rotation, and you follow it right up. Keene, Brandon Crossing, Fayette Mall, Man o' War, the south side of Lexington, and through downtown. Now we'll have to watch and see where the rotation goes. It's interesting that they kind of pulled it a little farther to the northeast, and you see it's
kind of traveling a little bit further south and east than that.
Exactly. It's been going more kind of east-northeast, but they've chosen to include basically all of Fayette County, including all of downtown Lexington, really all of Lexington proper in this tornado warning for about 25 minutes. So this is a case with the rotation down here. You got plenty of lead time if in fact something does come of this. And there's our rotation detector. Let's take a look at, again, our velocity data. And this shows us what the radar is doing, what the winds are doing relative to the radar. And so we're using Louisville's radar, which is here. So you can see on the legend, anything in green is going toward the radar. Anything in red is going away from the radar. So when you get those side by side, even in a broad scale, east of Salvisa, northeast of McAfee, just to the west and southwest of Nonsuch, that's where the possible rotation is, and it is moving off to the east-northeast. So it's west of Nicholasville right now, and just based on its movement, and we'll see if it jogs to the north a little bit more. It's going to be heading, again, west side of Nicholasville, just probably off to the northwest of the bypass, heading toward Brandon Crossing, of course, the south side of Lexington, over toward Boston Road, over toward Palomar Center potentially, but that's all predicated on it moving more northeasterly. If it stays more to the east, then that puts Nicholasville more in line for it. So this is an overnight event, and this is why we tell you.
Check out Jackson's velocity.
Okay, we're gonna
spiked on that.
Change things up a little bit, and we have two radars to look at here, so this gives us a little bit better. There you go. All right, let me get rid of the telestrator here, and so we're looking at Jackson's radar, which now is over here, and it's this area where you have the red and green pixels side by side. That means everything's moving in opposite direction, and that shows where the potential rotation is. And let's see what the shear picks up, and it is picking up on that over Nonsuch there in the extreme southern part of Woodford County, and then this thing's going to cross over. There's the county line with Woodford and Jessamine County. There's Keene, there's Nicholasville, there's Brandon Crossing, and of course farther to the north, Lexington and Fayette County, including downtown, is included in this. So just based on what we got right now, it may end up being more splitting the difference here, based on how things are looking with where the rotation is. But that's where it potentially would be. It's tightened up a good bit, and you notice how the skit data is right on that as well. I'm gonna get rid of that, and let me work over here, and then we'll hit the skit, so to speak, and see what it's kicking out. So right where the rotation is, now the BTI is up a touch. Remember the scale, it's Barron Tornado Index, scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest. It's only a 2.9, but in this kind of environment, it doesn't have to be overly high, because these aren't strong tornadoes you're looking at. These are quick little spin-ups potentially. And so basically all of these major areas here over the next 10 to 15 minutes, which basically just takes it right up through northern Jessamine County and into Fayette County. So if you're in Lexington anywhere and watching, definitely go to your safe place here, because this thing is it's moving rather quickly. Even with the update there, it's probably just to the east of Nonesuch, and it's going to run up toward Keene, and then eventually up toward Brandon Crossing. So that's right there along the Fayette County, Jessamine County line. And what was it? When was it, Dylan? Last year when we had that quick little spin up that was there, not far from where the Sam's Club is.
Yeah, that's correct.
Just out Nicholasville
Actually,
Road.
a year ago yesterday.
Yeah, there you go. So it's just down the road, and ironically, where this possible rotation is very much close to that area. Not to say that we're going to catch a repeat performance of that. But where you see the rotation detector and that little tinge of red in there, that indicates that the algorithm is picking up on it a little bit more. And the red line that you see there, that's the skit data, which is also picking up on the trajectory or the direction of this. Just actually putting the regular radar data on it, it would be difficult to see. I can tell you, Nonesuch and running up into the south central part of Woodford County, where you see, anytime you see that darker shading along with the pink, that means you probably got some decent hail in there. And you see with a 1 hour hail tracker that it is showing some possible hail. So I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't end up with maybe some dime-sized, nickel-sized hail. But it's this part of the cell right here, which is just to the west of Keene. And it looks like with each scan, it is running right up toward the Fayette Mall area. So
correct.
It's going to be right there along the Fayette-Jessamine County line, this possible rotation. So Jessamine County, Nicholasville, it will probably pass to your north, this Brandon Crossing, Fayette Mall. And I can say if you're listening at home, probably just at least a good idea to get in your safe spot. If you're in anywhere here in Lexington, same thing, because here's the possible rotation, and I'll be interested to see with the next scan where we end up. But there you go with the deeper red with the rotation detector. So clearly the algorithm is picking up on that. And to Dylan's point that he made a few minutes ago, you see how quickly from scan to scan these things can tighten up. Now by the next scan, it very well may have lost it. And that's why when we talk about the potential for these quick little spin ups, that's what we're dealing with.
And
no, that just crashed because can you switch over to links 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just
and we can talk over top of this now as we try to get that back up. But again, if you are in the Lexington area, Fayette County, in northwestern Jessamine County, make sure you are getting into your tornado safe shelter right now. The storm has, it's not a confirmed tornado, but it does have some very tight rotation, and we can kind of circle where that broad area is, just to the south and the west of Lexington, where we could be dealing with that potential right now. So as we look at these storm winds, which shows us the velocity with this storm, likely the northwest of Keene, far northwestern Jessamine County. That's what we're looking at right now. They're northwest side of Jessamine County, north and west of Brandon Crossing, getting ready to pass into Fayette County right now. So zooming on in here, where you're seeing kind of that hole right there towards South Elkhorn, between South Elkhorn and Little Trace, Texas, that's where we could see that rotation. So that's heading towards Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School, Bluegrass Airport, Beaumont Park, Cardinal Hill area,
and I can tell
southwest side.
Little Texas is just off the end of the runway at Bluegrass Airport. That's the road that runs runs behind it, fairly close to it there. I'll have this back up here, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully
in
soon.
short order. I was just about to tell you, I think that's locked up because it froze.
So if you're in Fayette County, get in your tornado safe shelter right now. We've got a tornado warning that is out through 2:45, and we're showing you the storm winds right now. And you can see that area of rotation. I'm going to circle it one more time. Right about there is where we could see some rotation that's heading off towards the east-northeast, the northeast, that is. And so that would bring it right into downtown, at least the southwest side of downtown. And I'm going to switch over. We're currently looking at Louisville's radar. This is right in between both areas. Not really getting a better view out of Jackson's, but this is, both of these radars are shooting really high up into this storm. I'm going to check now the Louisville National Weather Service office. Rotation signature coming along Harrodsburg Road is broader than it was earlier, but still spinning pretty good aloft. So that shows maybe some elevated rotation. Once again, as we've been talking about, that this would spin something up quickly if it were to spin something up.
All right, let's switch back to, let me get rid of these glasses. Let's switch back to the other source and see if we can get this rolling again. Yeah, we're in good shape. All right, so your skit data here, again, still picking up on, and it's actually shifted, so it's moving right along. So this thing again, it's, you got to remember the radar's at the surface and the beam goes up. And we're looking at Jackson's radar here, so this is relatively high, but again, it is picking up on it, and again, all the major landmarks here in Lexington and Fayette County. These are some of the times that you're going to see the arrival here. This is going to be over the next 10 minutes or so as this thing works off to the northeast. Notice the BTI is up a touch to 3, so that's a little bit higher than where we were. And again, the warning goes until 2:45 here, so we'll obviously stay on and continue to track this. Have you seen or heard anything else?
Yeah, we did get a nickel-size hail report out of Mercer County, but that's all I've seen. Did not report a tornado. Our friend there, Ty Storm 101 on Twitter X, he was right on this area of rotation as it was moving north of Harrodsburg. He said did not see a tornado, but did get nickel-size hail. So that's a report from right inside the storm from one of our trusted storm spotters there.
Here's the ironic thing with the rotation detector. Notice how the stronger rotation is actually, it looks like it's almost fanned out a little bit. And we were talking about this a few minutes ago. If it was going to shoot more to the northeast right up through the heart of Lexington, or maybe fan out and head more to the east. And clearly from Jackson's radar, the rotation detector picking up some decent rotation just west of US 27 Brandon Crossing, and ironically out there Kohl's, Sam's Club, and that industrial park that, as Dylan mentioned, a year ago yesterday had, was it a EF0, EF1?
I think it was low end? It was a low end, EF0 or EF1.
So tis the season, early April for you here. Let's get rid of the lightning data. I want to put the reflectivity on. Of course, torrential rain. Northern Jessamine County, south side of Lexington, running from Fayette Mall right around Manowar over to Palomar on Harrodsburg Road, that whole area around Boston Road, Winthrop, and then over toward Tate's Creek. It's going to be over in your neck of the woods. Again, a lot of lightning. Same thing at Bluegrass Airport. This thing will get inside of New Circle Road within the next minute or two.
Looking at both sources of radar, it does not look as impressive as it did when it was in Jessamine County.
It's not. It's definitely much more broad than it was a few minutes ago. And actually, let me do this just to kind of
Not sure
Oh,
what's playing
that
right
must be something on the computer. So let me take you back 30 minutes here. And so here you go, Dylan. Here's the loop. And if you look here, you can see how it really tightened up there. And now it's a lot more broad.
Yes.
When it was
Which
right
is-
over Nonesuch. And that kind of goes back to what we talk about relative to how these things can really tighten up quickly and then they can go away and then obviously kind of rejuvenate just as quickly. That being said, we still have the ongoing tornado warning, and I'll jump back so you can get a little better handle on how everything looks with the regular reflectivity on there. Let me broaden things out. And where you have the red polygon here, it does include most of Fayette County and all of the city of Lexington. And the heart of this is actually moving through Lexington right now. If your phone didn't go off and you're waking up seeing the lightning, hearing the thunder, wondering what's going on, we've got a severe thunderstorm rolling right through the heart of downtown Lexington and the city of Lexington as we speak, as what was a squall line of thunderstorms kind of broken apart into segments. And while damaging winds has been the primary threat for the last, probably hour and a half or so, every once in a while we're getting a bit of spin. And we were picking that up back here along the US 127 corridor, Harrodsburg northward up towards Salvisa, and then of course it skipped and really tightened up over Nonesuch in southern Woodford County, and now it is right over the heart of Lexington here, again with some very, very heavy torrential rain from downtown out to Fayette Mall, and again out toward Bluegrass Airport. It does look like they trimmed the tornado warning down just a hair there. We got about 10 minutes to go on that.
Yes, and that's obviously impacting Lexington and downtown right now, but there is a cell down in Campbellsville right now, south and east of Campbellsville, that does have some tight rotation. So just letting you know verbally now, if you're in northwestern Casey County, north and west of Liberty, go ahead and get in your safe location right now. You have a severe thunderstorm warning, but there's some tight rotation.
We'll visit that one in a minute. All right, here's the rotation detector, and you see it's moving basically between Tates Creek Road, around Man o' War here, and coming up on Richmond Road. So if you're in that area of Fayette County here, I mean, basically just Fayette County, northern part of Jessamine County, and all of the city of Lexington still under this tornado warning for about another 10 minutes. So here in East Lexington, eastern Fayette County, Jacobson Park, out toward Hayes Boulevard, and the middle school there, here at the ABC 36 studio, anywhere east of downtown and southeast of downtown into the southern and eastern part of Fayette County, you still want to be in your safe place. We got about 10 minutes to go. Again, go to a basement. If you don't have a basement, an interior room, the lowest level of your home, preferably a closet, a bathroom. You want to keep yourself away from exterior windows and walls in the event that we do catch a quick little spin up here. We had the scenario like this earlier this evening. I think it was maybe just after midnight earlier this morning in eastern Jefferson County, right at I-64 and the Gene Snyder. Actually a quick little touchdown. It wasn't down for long, but it was enough to do a little damage. So that's just kind of the environment that we are in. Now, why on earth I went to Redbuds blooming, I have no idea.
If you can take links to right now, Caleb, we have a live look from our Hickson Funson tower camera
anyway.
Of the storm rolling on in. Also did get a report from our ABC 36 reporter Walker Simmons that he is sheltering in his downtown Lexington apartment in the basement. Said that he heard the sirens from his apartment and his phone alerted him to wake him up. So this is a look from ABC 36 looking down Man o' War. There's Man o' War, and you're looking towards the west. You can see all the lightning coming down. Not really heavy rainfall at the moment, but you can certainly see that lightning in the distance. That's as that storm is rolling just in this general direction, coming right at us, almost right down Man of War. So the lightning flashes continue to go off with that. If you are in Lexington, Fayette County, make sure that you are getting into your safe location right now with this tornado warning through 2:45. So we still have around 8 minutes left on that. And this would be coming directly towards us. Again, this is we're at the end of Man of War Boulevard here, the ABC 36 studios, and this is our tower camera looking down Man of War towards the southwest, the west-southwest, at where we have this tornado warning storm currently moving in our general direction. So a lot of lightning, the rain's starting to pick up again. We just had a heavier downpour here on the east side of Lexington, but we're starting to see that rainfall rate picking up once again with this system as it is rolling on in. So again, a lot of lightning with this. Caleb, if you haven't already, if you want to kick on the generator just in case here, because our tower is sticking up pretty high.
Let me get you to step off for a minute.
Yes.
So the brunt of this has now moved essentially through downtown Lexington. When you get a chance, you can switch back over to Links 1 so we can continue to track. Appreciate that. So we still got about another 7 minutes here. I think we can pretty much sound the all clear western part of Lexington, Versailles Road, Harrodsburg Road, south side, Fayette Mall, Brannon Crossing, out toward Boston Road, Palomar Center. You're good.
They did just, National Weather Service office in Louisville says tornado warning over Fayette County will be allowed to expire.
Okay. That's definitely good news in that regard. Here we got about 5 minutes to go. So Jacobson Park out toward Athens Boonesboro here at the ABC 36 studio. You can really hear the heavy rain already beginning to pick up, and I know it's going to intensify even more.
Yeah, our tower camera now has that torrential rain. You cannot see
and,
what we're
and
seeing.
Ironically, the possible circulation is right there where we are right here. But as Dylan mentioned, they're going to let this thing expire. I highly suspect that we'll probably end up seeing a severe thunderstorm warning kicked eastward. Let's see how the shear looks. There's still some, so definitely better safe than sorry. And again, this is why we tell folks, have a way to get woken up, and that's a good thing about cell phones and having those alerts on and not having it on silent. When they issued the warning here, our devices, Apple Watches, went off, so obviously the system works here, but this possible rotation, which we've been tracking all the way back into Mercer County, is about to move out of Fayette County and eventually over into Clark County here. Still got a little ways to go, but we got 5 minutes until the tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire here. And notice a few minutes ago, several minutes ago, we had the tight rotation. Now it's very, very broad. So that's obviously an indication that things are improving, and we're hearing some hail on the rooftop here at the ABC 36 studio. Let's look at the 1 hour hail, and you see from Lexington downtown back to the west, this is the 1 hour hail. So it takes data a minute to catch up, and there's your new severe thunderstorm warning that they have now extended off to the east and northeast. So the tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire, but the severe thunderstorm warning now is in effect, it looks like, all the way stretching through Paris up to Carlisle and Nicholas County, and also Fleming County is in it until 3 a.m. Rowan County is in it until 3 a.m. north of Moorhead. So Moorhead, you're not in it, but Flemingsburg, you are. But this little batch of heavier showers and storms, that's going to roll through Moorhead. But again, it's just these little segments that have the potential of causing some issues. And ironically, at least here in the Bluegrass, the strongest one is the one that ran just right through the heart of Lexington here within the last couple of minutes. Now, Dylan was referencing what's going on down here in Taylor County. I'm going to switch radars over to Louisville and see how things are looking. Of course, just a ton of lightning there between Lebanon and Campbellsville. You see the skit data there, checking out the velocity. It's a fairly decent ways away from the radar site, but there's probably some broad rotation there east of Campbellsville, and eventually that's going to run over into the northern part of Casey County. Looking at the shear values here, there's a little bit here and there.
Definitely looked at more impressive a couple scans ago when it was closer towards Campbellsville. Just wanted to get that heads up out there to Casey County. The airport's reporting no issues with the most recent cell that moved through, and that cell that was moving right over top of our TV station did move over directly over top of the Kentucky Mesonet site on the south side of Lexington, and the maximum wind gust there was only 35 miles per hour. So,
well, and again, it's one of those cases where always better safe than sorry, and be prepared and be able to get to a safe place, because tonight or this morning, the classic example of how an overnight event with some rotation, especially with it tightening up fairly quickly there, how that really can cause some problems and catch folks off guard if they are not prepared. We definitely tried to set the table for you the last couple of days that this was going to be an overnight event. And again, damaging winds being the primary threat, quick spin up tornado, that's been the scenario. If you watched earlier in the afternoon and the 11 o'clock, and everything is played out about as predicted. Storm Prediction Center did a great job with how they lined up the risk area. The high risk, unfortunately, verified in far western Kentucky, northeastern Arkansas, parts of southeastern Missouri. They had a number of long track tornadoes, and then that area that was level 4, that was along I-65 and points westward at 11 o'clock when I was on, there were at least 6 or 8 tornado warnings to western Kentucky and up into southern Indiana, and several in the Louisville metro area. Once again, this was expected to weaken. It has, but it's held enough strength to obviously prompt a number of severe thunderstorm warnings, and occasionally it's exhibited enough rotation to where it's kicked out a couple of tornado warnings. So once that clock there kicks to 2:45, that tornado warning polygon will disappear, and then we'll definitely sound the all clear. I think we are already here in Lexington. Now, we do have another batch of heavy rain. We got a lot of lightning strikes ongoing right over Lexington and Fayette County right now. But if you're in Paris, if you're in North Middletown, if you're in Winchester, even though in Winchester you're not in the severe thunderstorm warning here, definitely just be in a safe place here, because this batch that's coming out of Fayette County here has the potential of producing, again, wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour, maybe even stronger than that. And it does look like this little batch up here from Millersburg over to Carlisle in Nicholas County, that's looking fairly healthy. And the same thing back into southeastern Fleming County. They're just to the southeast of Hillsborough, northern part of Bath County, Muses Mill. That's eventually going to work over toward Moorhead. So we're going to have these little spots, heavy rain and thunderstorms, a lot of wind, and of course we're going to continue to have warnings as well. But if you're in Paris, it's almost on top of you. Probably got a little bit of some small hail. We could hear it on the rooftop as that part of the cell moved through eastern Fayette County. And it definitely is moving more to the northeast. And you see how these things are lined up. And I think what's happening is, and this is what we had talked about earlier in the day, we had the line come in from the west, and now it's breaking apart into segments, and I think eventually all this is going to pivot. We're going to start to see, and kind of already are, some additional development out to the west as the frontal system puts on the brakes to our north, and it will be laying west to east just to our north, and that's going to keep us in that warm, moist, and unstable sector, and that's why we're expecting additional rain and storms. That's why the flood threat is legitimate here in the Bluegrass and points to the west, and that's why we have a level 2 severe weather risk for later on this afternoon and evening. The atmosphere may recover enough to where we could see some additional damaging wind potential with some of these thunderstorms, and maybe even a spin up tornado. So this is going to be one of these cases where we're going to have to deal with it yet again a little bit later on today, and we may catch a bit of a break coming up tomorrow on Friday and into Saturday, especially as the front lifts to the north.
I do want to note our whatever it's called, not a skit, but the
shear marker
algorithm showing up there in northeast Taylor County.
Okay, let's. Is that on Louisville's
radar? Yes.
Well, there's Louisville's radar. So let me
see it there.
It's probably showing up on one, but not the other.
Yeah. Do you have them turned on?
Yeah, everything's on.
Interesting.
And again, it may be a case of where it's in play. If you want to get it out of play, and
it's your time's correct. So maybe it's just a little old data on my end as well.
Well, I'll go back to Louisville, but to Dylan's point, obviously down here, just off to the, it's right there, just off to the northeast of Campbellsville to the northwest of Liberty, a lot of lightning. There's your skit data, and the shear marker was showing up, but let's see what it's saying. The BTI is up to 4.5. That's about as strong as we have seen with any of these. So even though, again, we've just got severe thunderstorm warnings down here into parts of Casey County and running over into Lincoln County and parts of Boyle County. Here are some of the areas impacted here. We're at 250. So around not long after 3 a.m., Houstonville there, McKinney, Junction City, over to Danville, Boyle County High School, Lincoln County High School as well. That'll be within the next, say, 25 minutes or so. Definitely seeing some hail out of it, about a 30% chance of severe hail. But remember the BTI, the Barron Tornado Index, scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest. Most of what we had earlier, that was showing up about 3 or so, and I think that's probably why the marker was showing up, because it was strong enough. In fact, let's take a look at velocity data. In fact, there it is. It was probably masked by the lightning and also just the reflectivity data. So this is our shear marker, and what it does is the algorithm picks up on the possible rotation, and usually when it's strong enough, it will give you this marker here, which kind of lines up with the skit data there, which of course tracks the storm. So around Bradfordsville, Jacktown, which is northwest of Liberty, this is northern Casey County, and then over Houstonville, there along US 127 there in southwestern Lincoln County, and then over to Stanford. If you're in any of those areas and you happen to be watching, you might want to just go ahead and maybe make your way toward your safe place in the event that, in fact, a tornado warning does get issued, even though we're only dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning. Just the fact that the algorithm is picking up on that. Looking at shear, there's nothing tight, but anytime
I think
you
the
see
latest
that
scan,
red,
it's lost it a little bit, but still, like you said.
Well, the fact that the marker's there, and we, usually it has to be, and now it's gone, of course, it has to be of substance for it to trigger that.
That's the first one we've seen.
Yeah, it's the first one that we had, and of course, like I said, the skit data here had the BTI and still does at about 4.5. So that's definitely one to watch here. So that's where we are right now. The strongest, actually, that entire part of the line running from west of Danville down to west of Liberty. It's kind of fanning out between Columbia and Russell Springs down in Adair County and Russell County. So southern Kentucky, Dylan made the point earlier, this area has not been worked over at all. And these storms right now across southern Kentucky, they're not being impeded by anything. So all that warm, moist air, of course, a low-level jet, a few thousand feet up, it increases in speed, and it's a good transporter of warmth and moisture, and it increases in speed during the overnight. That just punches right in there. And so this definitely bears watching, this area down here around Lake Cumberland, Somerset, Stanford, and eventually over toward Mount Vernon. But definitely Pulaski County, if this thing continues to roll straight to the east and northeast, even though you're not under severe thunderstorm warning right now, you very well may be here coming up shortly. And back to that Bourbon County storm, it's starting to show a little bit more rotation to the southeast of Paris. Yeah, I think I'm going to switch over because it's probably getting closer. Yeah, to Jackson's. So it's right there in that area, east of Paris, Jackstown, there's North Middletown, Millersburg right there, close to the county line with Nicholas County and Bourbon County. But it's this area there just off to the east of Paris. Skit data, 2.8, so yeah, it's low end. It's kind of two areas too that just kind of some broad rotation. And again, that's what we're going to be looking at the rest of the morning here as this stuff works out into eastern Kentucky again, which has not been worked over at all, although we're kind of catching up across northern and central Kentucky. So I'm gonna really pull the radar out wide here. So ironically, even though we just had that warning for Lexington, and there's the part of the cell that prompted the tornado warning, we got additional heavy rain. I turned the lightning off, but I'll show you how much lightning we're dealing with. I mean, this stuff's cranking out a tremendous amount of lightning and will continue to. But this whole area of southern and southeastern Kentucky has not been worked over at all. You haven't seen any rain. Temperatures have been in the mid to upper 70s, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning. So this has a fairly healthy environment to work into to at least sustain the potential for straight line wind damage and the potential of spinning up a tornado. And that's why the tornado watch, which we haven't had an opportunity to show you, they extended it eastward to include basically all of central and southern Kentucky. A small part of eastern Kentucky is not in it, but that goes all the way until 7 a.m. Usually they extend it out a little longer than they expect it to last, and then trim the counties down. I just wanted to note that severe thunderstorm warning that includes Madison, Boyle, Garrett, Jessamine. Yeah, I saw that pop in. Considerable, so it's 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning. It's a step up from your typical severe thunderstorm warning. Usually you get 60 mile an hour winds. This time they're doing this for 70 mile per hour winds. So and a tornado possible as well. So so Jessamine County, Clark County, Madison County, and they're clearly kicking it out pretty far in advance. It's 2:55. This goes until 3:45, so that's nearly an hour. And that's what the Weather Service in Louisville was doing with some of the storms coming out of southern Indiana and rolling into parts of north central Kentucky earlier in the morning. They had fairly broad severe thunderstorm warnings and would extend them out to give plenty of lead time given the fact that the winds could be so strong. Just take a look at the velocity data just to see if there's any, sharp straight line wind, and there really isn't anything jumping off the page in that regard. We'll lose the lightning data. Again, broad rotation down there toward Liberty. Nothing that really kind of jumps out as far as our rotation detector. Just looking at things broadly, maybe a little bit up, with the cluster, of course, that worked through Lexington a little while ago. I think we got some hail in that. In fact, you look at the 1 hour hail tracker and it follows the path right through downtown. Of course, we heard it on the rooftop here at the ABC 36 studio in eastern Fayette County as it worked up into Bourbon County. So Carlisle, you'll see a bit of hail here as this works on through. Anytime you see that pink this time of the year with these thunderstorms in the reflectivity, that typically means you got a little bit of hail in there. So
Louisville's radar has a little bit of a look on this storm. There is some rotation on the northern severe thunderstorm warning east of Harrodsburg, but it's pretty broad still, and it doesn't help that we're directly in between both radar sites.
You've got Louisville's radar site, obviously back toward Louisville, Jackson to our east, and sometimes you can get stuck in the middle. As I mentioned, radar is on the ground, the beam goes higher as you get farther away from the radar, so typically you're shooting a little bit higher as you get into this middle ground here in central Kentucky. But of course, intense rainfall. I mentioned the lightning. Just again, prolific lightning maker down there in the northern Casey County, running over into Lincoln County, western Boyle County as well. Not as much lightning, Harrodsburg running up toward Nicholasville, but just a lot of heavy rain. And this is going to kind of lay things down a little bit, and that's why we've got upped the flooding concern, especially here in the Bluegrass and points westward. Not expecting as much. Again, we haven't seen a drop of rain there into southeastern Kentucky. But the leading edge of this,
there they just went tornado warning on it.
On
the northern edge.
Oh, there you go.
Moving into Lincoln County.
Stanford, Lincoln County. So we got a new tornado warning out for Lincoln County and into Garrett County, and it actually goes all the way over into Madison County as well.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm going to stretch this out. So this part of the line really intensifying. We'll take a look at the velocity data, but it's definitely kind of bowing out a little bit, jutting out. So as Dylan had mentioned with the severe thunderstorm warning, when you get 70-mile-per-hour winds or greater, which is entirely possible, if they're higher than that, that can almost be the equivalent of, a low-end EF1 tornado. But there is a tornado warning out for Lincoln County. That's until 3:45. For Garrett County, the southeastern part of Garrett County, and for southern Madison County. Berea, you're in it. Richmond, you're not. You're not in the polygon. That doesn't mean that you're not going to see some intense wind, but the tornado warning polygon again includes that part of Garrett County into Lincoln County, and then over into southern Madison County along Interstate 75. So if you're in any of those areas, go to a basement. If you don't have a basement, go to an interior room, lowest level of your home, preferably closet or a bathroom. You want to stay away from exterior windows and walls. All right, looking at the velocity data here, it's right here.
I would look at Louisville's radar. You can see it there south and west of Turnersville. Yeah,
so we'll go in a little bit closer. So this is what is prompting the tornado warning here. Remember, toward and away, and right there where the skid data is, that's where your possible rotation is, and it's moving off to the northeast. So we'll hit the skid here just to get an idea. So the BTI is low, and that's to be expected with generally low-end, quick spin-up potential tornadoes here. But some of the areas impacted here is updates for 301, Junction City 305, Stanford 308, as well as Lincoln County. Lancaster at 313, Camp Nelson 318 over to Berea within about 25 minutes. And as the cone, of course, spreads out, even though Richmond isn't in it, it's including EKU and Madison Central High School. Of course, you got Bucky's there in between Richmond and Berea. That's at about 324, 325 based on the skit data here. But that entire area over here toward Berea, Cartersville, Crab Orchard in it as well. You got the tornado warning here for about 45 minutes. Broadhead is not in the polygon as far as the shear goes. It's showing up, but again, it's kind of elongated, like the cell earlier that produced the tornado. It was fairly tight, but look at that. There's our shear marker that just popped up. So that means the algorithm is picking up on some pretty decent rotation. So Houstonville, it's on your east side. So if you're in Turnersville, if you're in Stanford, Halls Gap, Ottenheim, Crab Orchard, Cartersville, Lancaster, Lincoln County, southeastern Garrett County, over toward Berea and southern Madison County, you're under a tornado warning until 3:45. You want to go to a basement. If you don't have a basement, an interior room, lowest level of your home. There's our shear marker indicating that the algorithm is picking up on the potential rotation that has prompted this tornado warning. So again, Turnersville. I don't know why it's
not showing up in our system. We do have another tornado warning that was just issued for Flemingsburg and Sharpsburg as well.
All right, so we can check that out. But Stanford, Halls Gap, Preachersville, Crab Orchard, Ottenheim, it's probably going to stay off to the north, but then over toward Paint Lick, Cartersville, Bucky's up in the upper right-hand part of the screen. It's headed that direction. So any of those locations, you definitely want to be in your safe place. So we'll go the other way, and I'll broaden things out here, and let me switch over. I'd even go over to, what do you think, Wilmington?
Jackson's, you can see it. You can see it pretty decently on Jackson's, yeah.
We'll go to Jackson's radar and look at the velocity, and then let's head up here. First of all, we will show you what the actual storm looks like, and that gives you a little better idea on the tornado warning box. So,
and Jackson had issued one, and now Louisville's DMA, which is for Bourbon County, they just now issued a tornado warning as well.
So let me take the radar data off so you can actually see where the tornado warning polygons are. So for Nicholas County, east of Carlisle, and a small little part of Bourbon County, much of Bourbon County not in this, and then northern Montgomery County and into Bath County, Owensville, and then Fleming County, including Flemingsburg. All these locations under tornado warning until 3:15. So it's this is a fairly short one. Let me put the radar back on. There we go. So there is the cell in question just to the east of Carlisle. And looking at the velocity data here, it's in this general area here, just off to the east and just off to really more so to the east and southeast, just right here in this little area. I don't know why the pencil little icon is on there. It wasn't on there before, but it is now. Not that it really matters, but the skit data is about right on par with it. Still showing low end BTI. It is picking up on upwards of 1 inch diameter hail, about a 60% chance of severe hail. So some of the locations, Moorfield now, it's right on top of you. Concord at 316, Fleming County High School 321, Flemingsburg at 322, Wallingford at 327, and then Muses Mill coming up at the bottom of the hour. So if you're in any of those areas that just mentioned there, you're under a tornado warning here. It's 3:30 Nicholas County, but ironically it's 3:15 for Fleming County. Go figure that one. I'm sure Jackson will get that sorted out. Looking at the shear data here, showing a little bit, just right over Bethel. So the potential rotation really kind of zeroing in here. It's right in the Bethel area. It's off to the northeast of Sharpsburg. A school visit or two in years past up at Bethel. And then running up toward Hillsborough. Done a school visit or two there as well. Fleming County there, off to the southeast of Flemingsburg. And then you've got Grange City. So any of these communities, there's the rotation detector showing a little bit of rotation. It's prompted the tornado warning here. I think this part of the cell that's showing the rotation is going to be out of Nicholas County here shortly. It practically already is already.
I just want to mention that other cell that is moving through Lincoln County. That rotation's right on top of Stanford right now as well.
We're going to go back and revisit that one. So we got two areas of concern up here in Bath County. Fleming County got a tornado warning there, and then of course farther to the south, you see what's going on down here with down into Lincoln County, and we'll put the velocity data back on. Does it look better, Jackson, or?
That looks pretty decent there towards Stanford. It was showing that shear marker, but
well,
no longer
yeah,
is.
and well, the skit is orange, and
Yes.
that's an indication that. Try to go in a little closer here. So it's this area right here, just to the east of Turnersville, right here. Right over the city of Stanford. So if you're in Stanford and Lincoln County, hopefully you're in your safe place. You're under tornado warning here until 3:45, and this is where the possible rotation is located. Again, this is going to run over. It looks like it'll pass the north of Crab Orchard, even though you're in the warning polygon. Again, our skit actually had our shear marker a bit ago. The BTI is low, as has been the case with many of these. And again, some of these areas aren't in the actual tornado warning polygon, as of course with the skid here, based on the expected track, the cone fans out as you get farther in time. So that's why some of those areas are included that technically aren't in the tornado warning box here. So it's this area right around Stanford, and the skit just disappeared. Go out a little bit here and then kind of move it over. So you see Buc-ee's there, very popular along I-75, the Bluegrass Army Depot down to Berea, in that tornado warning, because again, the trajectory here, where's my arrow, my distance arrow? Is that it?
No, that's not it.
It is now, not that it really matters, but the skit data is about right on par with it. Still showing low end BTI. It is picking up on upwards of 1 inch diameter hail, about a 60% chance of severe hail. So some of the locations, Moorfield now, it's right on top of you. Concord at 316, Fleming County High School 321, Flemingsburg at 322, Wallingford at 327, and then Muses Mill coming up at the bottom of the hour. So if you're in any of those areas that just mentioned there, you're under a tornado warning here. It's 3:30 Nicholas County, but ironically it's 3:15 for Fleming County. Go figure that one. I'm sure Jackson will get that sorted out. Looking at the shear data here, showing a little bit, just right over Bethel. So the potential rotation really kind of zeroing in here. It's right in the Bethel area. It's off to the northeast of Sharpsburg. A school visit or two in years past up at Bethel. And then running up toward Hillsborough. Done a school visit or two there as well. Fleming County there, off to the southeast of Flemingsburg, and then you've got Grange City. So any of these communities, there's the rotation detector showing a little bit of rotation. It's prompted the tornado warning here. I think this part of the cell that's showing the rotation is going to be out of Nicholas County here shortly. It practically already is already.
I just want to mention that other cell that is moving through Lincoln County. That rotation's right on top of Stanford right now as well.
We're going to go back and revisit that one. So we got two areas of concern up here in Bath County, Fleming County. Got a tornado warning there, and then of course farther to the south, you see what's going on down here with down into Lincoln County, and we'll put the velocity data back on. Does it look better, Jackson, or?
That looks pretty decent there towards Stanford. It was showing that shear marker, but no longer.
And the skit is orange, and
Yes.
that's an indication that try to go in a little closer here. So it's this area right here, just to the east of Turnersville, right here. Right over the city of Stanford. So if you're in Stanford and Lincoln County, hopefully you're in your safe place. You're under tornado warning here until 3:45, and this is where the possible rotation is located. Again, this is going to run over. It looks like it'll pass the north of Crab Orchard, even though you're in the warning polygon. Again, our skit actually had our shear marker a bit ago. The BTI is low, as has been the case with many of these. And again, some of these areas aren't in the actual tornado warning polygon, as of course with the skid here, based on the expected track, the cone fans out as you get farther in time. So that's why some of those areas are included that technically aren't in the tornado warning box here. So it's this area right around Stanford, and the skit just disappeared. Go out a little bit here and then kind of move it over. So you see Buc-ee's there, very popular along I-75, the Bluegrass Army Depot down to Berea, in that tornado warning, because again, the trajectory here, where's my arrow, my distance arrow? Is that it?
No, that's not it. Distance arrow. Don't believe it's showing up on there, fortunately. Oh, yeah, it is.
It is. So it's about 25 miles away, more about 20. Let me clear that off and I'll do it again. That's awfully big. We need to make that
smaller area.
A little bit smaller. So there's your rotation, and dragging it over up toward in between Berea, Buc-ee's right there along I-75. It's about 18 miles away from there. It would arrive within about the next probably 10 to 15 minutes. That may be a bit quick, but the warning from Madison County, and again into Garrett County, back into Lincoln County, Stanford, it is now just to your east. So as Dylan mentioned, it cycles and tightens up every once in a while. And you know, this has been the history with these as they now move into a little more favorable environment across South Central and into Eastern Kentucky. Let me switch back over to the regular reflectivity just to kind of give you an idea here of how it looks with all the heavy rain, a lot of lightning as well. Look at all the lightning there in Bryantsville, Lancaster, down towards Stanford. And a lot of times what the reflectivity will show us as well, you see how the leading edge is kind of jutting out, and there's almost a little bit of a notch there that helps it to kind of fan out or bow out, and that's when you get your straight line wind damage and can have winds 65, 70 plus miles per hour.
And we can now say this has had a history. This storm has had a history of producing damage. Taylor County Emergency Manager Ronnie Dooley reporting several camping trailers blown over and a roof to a business blown over on Lone Valley Road in Taylor County. That's from the same storm as it moved through there.
So there's Campbellsville and Taylor County, and there's your cell over Stanford. This is, the parent cluster, or at least segment of the squall line that is bowing out. At least it definitely appears to be, especially as it kind of rolls through Lancaster, just right coming into Preachersville, Crab Orchard, and then eventually over into Cartersville, Berea, and up toward Bucky's. It looks like they've extended that out with that severe thunderstorm warning because it popped up there with Jackson County.
And we still do also have that tornado warning for Fleming County. If you're in Flemingsburg, I know we're showing the other storm right now, but just to verbally tell you here, get in your tornado safe location. Your tornado warning is now through 3:30.
So they have extended it as we expected them to. So looking at the rotation detector, obviously got a little broad rotation there between Preachersville and Lancaster, and this thing's going to run over toward Paint Lick, Berea being your safe place, and then farther to the north up on the south side of Richmond. Even though Richmond proper is not in the tornado warning polygon, this thing's going to probably end up being awfully close to your location here. And as Dylan said, it's almost like you've got two different little segments here. Looks like there's almost one there and then another there. So that's what you get within these little segments or squall lines, is you can get multiple areas of potential rotation. So that may be one of the reasons you've got a broader area relative to the tornado warning, which again is ongoing. Still got about a half hour to go on that one, and then of course we've got the one that's farther to the northeast here, up toward Flemingsburg, and it looks like they've included Rowan County in that now as well. Moorhead's not in it, but it does look like the northern part of Rowan County and into Bath County. So it does look like you've got two separate warnings here. Yeah, the one will disappear, I'm sure, as we hit 3:15. So let's see which one. So yeah, there's your 3:30, Rowan County until 3:30 as well. Let's take a look at the velocity data and see how things are looking. Gotta hit right on that.
You want to switch over to maybe Jackson's?
Yeah, that might help. All right, so this gives us a little better look at where the possible rotation is. Nothing really jumps off the screen, and you see where our skit data is. There's a little bit of rotation, and just there, and the roof is leaking as well. So wonderful. That's always a positive, especially right in front of the weather wall. Also there, close to Muse's Mill. So Flemingsburg, Poplar Plains, Hillsboro, Grange City, Muse's Mill, and Triplet, all in this tornado warning, which goes until 3:30. So we're at 3:16. So you got about 15 minutes here. And again, the rotation is just underneath this kind of muddy looking cluster. You may have a little rotation out ahead of it there at Muse's Mill, and then possibly back here toward Concord, south of Flemingsburg. But that's the area of concern here. So Hillsboro, Muse's Mill, Triplet there. Moorhead, you're not in it. As far as the tornado warning is concerned. The polygon looks like, they just replaced the one in Fleming County that was expiring at 3:15 or 3:30. So,
and we did on the southern storm. We're showing the northern one right now, but no reports out of Mercer County from the emergency manager there of any damage, and 127 roadway is all clear. So not damage there in Mercer County, but it had in the past.
I'm holding my hand out. It's right here. When you get heavy rain, that happens sometimes. All right. So I mentioned the multiple circulations here, and let's see if I can. So Muses Mill looks like right there. You may have a little bit, and of course right where our skit data is picking up on it. So we may have 2 spots of it here, and that's why we've got the tornado warning here in Fleming County, and then they've included this area of northern Rowan County. So that's something to keep in mind. How's the southern?
It's not showing much rotation. They still have that tornado warning through 3:45 there for southern Madison County. The storm itself is getting ready to move out of Garrett County and into Madison County. There again, Kirksville down the Paint Lick, Cartersville, Berea, and as you mentioned, the Buc-ee's, the location there, southern Madison County.
And even though it's kind of out of our area, it looks like up toward Greenup and Greenup County, and I think it's just Greenup, and then running up over into Ironton there in Ohio on the other side of the river. Looks like tornado warnings, over into Lawrence County, Ohio. So that's just out of the area. So, but the point is, in all of these, I think that's what we're going to be looking at here for the remainder of the morning as this works out into eastern Kentucky. So we got a couple of things playing out here. It's slowed down a bit, although it's working eastward because we've got that kind of secondary round of heavy rain and storms that's just moving through Lexington right now. And while the quote-unquote squall line is not really uniform, it's kind of jagged, you've got severe thunderstorm warnings well ahead of it, all the way to Moorhead, and then running down just to the north of London there with the yellow polygon, and then where you have the spots of rotation, that's where we're getting the tornado warnings, and I think we'll continue to. Really, a lot of the data on Wednesday, it looked like things may even out a little bit as this thing got to the I-75 corridor. But
it's kind of interesting that it's not doing what that data.
Yeah, it's not pivoting as much. I think it eventually will probably get more redevelopment back here as the front puts on the brakes. But eventually, this stuff hopefully will weaken out as we get a little deeper into the morning. But it may easily be closer to daybreak down even Hazard, Pikeville, and especially along the Kentucky-Virginia border, as it holds together here over the next few hours. But that's kind of the bird's eye view of everything right now. So again, we're kind of front and center with the warnings here. So we've still got about another 25 minutes to go on the one here in Madison, and
they just extended it now into Jackson's. National Weather Service has extended it into Jackson and Estill County.
So Estill County, now you're under tornado warning here until 3:45. So they're going to keep the same expiration time, but I think obviously it's bowing out quick enough to where it's going to outrun the original warning, I think, easily, because it's 3:21 right now, and it's already, the leading edge is already coming up on the I-75 corridor.
Yeah, Jackson's just had it moving at 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, so
very
this
fast.
thing's hauling the mail pretty good. So let's go in a little bit closer here. So you're in some very heavy rain, Kirksville, Paint Lick, Cartersville. The leading edge of this is just about to cross I-75, Buc-ee's, the Bluegrass Army Depot. You're not in the warning, the tornado warning. You are the severe thunderstorm warning up in Richmond. But Berea, it should be through your area here in the next 5 minutes. But Sand Gap over to Blanton Falls, and then Irvin and Ravenna, Waco there, east of Richmond and Madison County. Checking out the velocity data. Again, it looks like there's like a couple of spots
and
potentially.
The Mesonet site in Stanford, near Stanford, had a gust up to 58.
Well, there's your most likely spot
Yeah.
of rotation, which is right over Paint Lick, in between Kirksville and Paint Lick, there across the western part of Madison County. So hopefully you're in your safe spot, Paint Lick and Kirksville. Folks at the Buc-ee's hopefully got the warning and are sheltering. It does look like at least this part of the cell is going to pass north of Berea, but in Berea you need to be in a safe place. And then of course farther to the east here, they have extended the warning to include areas of Estill County and down into Jackson County. So it's moving along pretty quickly. So
yeah, and that gust out of Stanford was at 315, so not too long ago would suggest that on the backside of this, you're getting that kind of rear flank kind of downdraft
and it's
pushing up
pushing
strong
it out,
wind.
definitely. So urban Ravenna, Estill County, if you're in anywhere in Estill County, be in your safe place. Basement's best. If you don't have a basement, interior room, lowest level of your home, along US 421, Sand Gap, McKee, the county seat of Jackson County, you're not in it, but the northern part of Jackson County is, with this tornado warning, again, until 3:45. Now, you got a severe thunderstorm warning down toward McKee, but you're not in the tornado warning polygon. Kind of broaden this out here and get rid of that. So there are your two tornado warning polygons. The one, I think we're pretty much in the clear, Lancaster and Stanford, even though, you know, per the reflectivity, you've still got some heavy rain, but it's really this leading edge that is racing eastward. Mount Vernon, you're going to even feel the impact from this probably within the next 10 to 15 minutes, if that, because as Dylan mentioned, it's getting a little kick. You got a little notch here just to the east of Lancaster, so that's helping things bow out a little bit, and that's, I think, helping the forward speed and also increasing the potential of some straight line wind damage. And of course, this is the part of the cell when it was back over Taylor County a while ago around Campbellsville that it did do a little bit of damage. So I think anywhere is going to be fair game here as this, as you say, really begins to race eastward. I mean, it's already past the leading edge. Past
it's at least moving 70
I-75.
miles per hour, at least a little, maybe even a little faster.
Yeah, so at the Bluegrass Army Depot, urban Ravenna, and down toward Blanton Falls there along the Estill and Jackson County line. So some of the smaller communities there in the eastern part of Madison County, of course, Kingston, just south of the Bluegrass Army Depot, that area, be in your safe place. This is coming across the interstate, Brassfield, Panola, Dreyfus. These are small communities in Madison County. And then obviously farther off to the east, you've got Nolan, you've got Jinx, Wagerville, Alumba, Baugh, I think. These are all south of urban Ravenna. There's urban Ravenna, the Kentucky River, Witt, North Urban, of course, and looks like the Callaway Crossing area. That's on the northern fringe of the tornado warning. Estill County High School, ironically, just north of urban, not in it. Winston as well. So these are all the areas that need to be in a safe place as this intense, essentially squall line segment that is showing some signs of rotation continues to work off to the east very, very quickly. It is really, really moving along even faster than any of the other segments that we have seen roll through what is now over 2 hours. I think we've been on since, what, 1:30, 1:15, something along those lines. So the potential rotation is basically in between Buc-ee's and Berea, east of the interstate, just south of the Bluegrass Army Depot, there right around Kingston. and it is heading toward Urban and Ravenna. So I think this is going to be the area of greatest concern in Estill County. Sand gap there in northern Jackson County. You should be in pretty good shape. Looking at our rotation detector, again, there you go, just right between Buc-ee's and Berea there, east of I-75. And our skit data essentially taking everything over into Estill County here.
And the last scan looked a little bit more impressive than that one, but it still.
Well, it's clearly pinging on that area there. So let's see if we can get the telestrator going here. So it's really this where I circled there, which is now just past I-75 and racing across the eastern part of Madison County. I'd say at this point, by the time the next scan comes in, it's right over Kingston there, just south of the Army Depot there. So it's going to head over toward Blanton Falls and up toward Urban Ravenna. So you definitely want to be in your safe place there, because the leading edge of this, it's going to have some pretty substantial wind. And then surrounding that, you've got severe thunderstorm warnings, northern part of Pulaski County, of course, into Rockcastle County, northern Laurel, central and southern Jackson County, and then stretching off to the east and northeast, Mount Sterling, running up toward Moorhead. So really all up and down the line here. Need to check on the warning here.
Yeah, I believe they've allowed it to expire because it's through 3:30.
So looking at nothing really jumps out as far as
I think it's moved out of Fleming County.
There's a couple of little spots here or there, but nothing off the charts. So again, you're going to be dealing with a lot of heavy rain and some very, very gusty winds anywhere across eastern Kentucky that has not been worked over. But the most intense part of this is clearly moving through the eastern part of Madison County, down even into Rockcastle County now.
Yeah.
And northern Jackson County. Is that a little part of Rockcastle County?
Yeah,
it
is far
is.
northern.
Yeah, extreme northern. I thought so. But,
North of even Roundstone, it's really just.
Yeah, Mount Vernon, not in it, but again, this squall line here, this thing's racing eastward quickly. We still got some heavier rain here in Lexington, but this area, McKee, Boonville, Beattyville, Campton, and then eventually down toward London, Manchester, all this has got to work through. So that's going to be heading your way. So we have this for about another 15 minutes. At some point, you're going to have to prep for the 5.
Yes.
And so I believe what we're going to do is, given the fact that these are spinning up, we're going to let the crawl handle it as it works into eastern Kentucky. If we see anything that tightens up that looks like it may be a major problem, any kind of debris signature, we will cut back in and let you know what's going on. But we got about 90 minutes until Good Morning Kentucky starts, 5, right?
Yep.
I'm usually asleep. So we still have the tornado warning ongoing here. Estill County, Urban, Ravenna until 3:45, got about 15 minutes. And you see how quickly this is moving. It's already through Richmond, it's already through Berea, it's already past the Bluegrass Army Depot. McKee, you're gonna feel the impact from it. It's already on your doorstep in Mount Vernon, where you've got a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, but that's gonna be the issue going through basically the remainder of the morning, is where we see our little areas of shear. We got right there where the skit data is, and the BTI is very, very low. So the scenario is If it spins up, it may tighten up briefly, could potentially drop something and lift up fairly quickly. And we've had some reports of some wind damage, especially out of this segment that's moving toward urban and the northern part of Jackson County, which is why they have issued the tornado warning. The one to the north up toward Fleming County has been allowed to expire. So this is really the only game in town relative to the tornado warnings. Everything else back toward Harrodsburg, Danville, here in Lexington, we're just dealing with heavy rain and storms. I think the severe threat is going to be confined to this area of southern Kentucky, and even down toward Somerset and Monticello, it's not looking overly impressive. I think it's almost like the squall line. The energy is just concentrated right here in this area because this is the part that's bowing out. And now I know why they extended the warning, because you see it's about to get out of Madison County, and here we are at 3:33, and they had it going until 3:45. So obviously the Weather Service in Jackson trying to get ahead of this and stay ahead of it. So again, urban Ravenna, be in your safe place. Basement, don't have a basement. Interior room, lowest level of your home, preferably closet, bathroom. Let's take another look at this just to make sure we're in okay shape. Again, the rotation, there's nothing overly tight, and you're looking at it, as well on a different computer, and you're not seeing anything that's
not much at the moment.
jumping.
It's just like every other scan or something. It'll show some brief rotation, but we're not even getting. I mean, there's some skit data, but not a lot.
So the bottom line is, now let me broaden this out here. Anywhere here across southern and into eastern Kentucky, go a little closer to highlight some of the cities. So if you're in Stanton, if you're in Campton, Beattyville and Lee County, Boonville and Owsley County, obviously McKee, that tornado warning's just to your north, but this area along the Estill-Jackson County line, this is front and center along the county line there for some damaging winds, possibly in excess of 70 miles per hour. Mount Vernon, you're feeling it right now. Eventually, this will get down toward London. It's coming up on Somerset right now, but again, that part of the line is much, much weaker than what we have where our warning is right now. This seems to be kind of taken over from Mount Sterling down in between Richmond and Urban, right around Waco there along the Estill-Madison County line, and then points eastward. So I really think, and you can concur as well, Frenchburg, Stanton, Campton, Urban, Beattyville, Boonville, and McKee, those are the areas over the next 30 minutes, and you can just see with the update how much it jumped scan to scan. So this is really, really moving along. So,
and about 2 scans ago, it did have some moderate to strong shear on a rotation detector, but it's lost that a little bit.
Yeah, you got a bit, and it's going to cycle like that, definitely. But again, the greater concern, just based on what you see with the velocity, but definitely what you see with the reflectivity, and given how fast it is moving, is going to be the straight line wind potential.
And it's still very warm. Looking at the Kentucky Mesonet site in Boonville, it's 79.
Yeah, it was 78, 79 here in Lexington all the way up until when the rain arrived after midnight. So this area is primed, and you see the yellow line there. Anything west of there, severe thunderstorm warning. So Frenchburg, Stanton, Campton, you'll be in it shortly. Western Wolfe County is. You're right on the line. Beattyville, Boonville, not in it for now, but you will be. So I think what's going to happen here shortly is, depending on what the Weather Service in Jackson chooses to do, if they extend the warning, which would be surprising, the tornado warning, otherwise they'll kick severe thunderstorm warnings out farther to the east to include
it looks
Wolfe
like they
County,
just did that.
Breathitt County, Boonville, and Owsley County. This whole area will end up with a severe thunderstorm warning, which will eventually pop in or should. So these locations that I've been talking about, you can kind of see just the sharp edge of this squall line, and it's working eastward, and it's going to be rolling through here sooner than later, probably within the next 30 to 45 minutes tops. So do expect winds in excess of 60 to even 70 miles per hour, and there is that potential that we could see a quick little spin up tornado and maybe get a warning or two still as this works to the east. But it's even outrunning, where our skit data is back, that's back toward Richmond and Berea there. So at this point, that's how it looks from a wider vantage point. So Moorhead stretching all the way down to north of London, that entire area for this, what is almost congealed back into a squall line. It's through Mount Sterling. It's coming up through Owensville, and eventually will run toward Moorhead, and of course stretching down toward Irvine. That's eventually going to come rolling through. That's the area of concern for the straight line wind damage. So,
and a reminder that there is, you're saying these storms could spin something up. Still that tornado watch for a lot of these areas through 7 a.m.
Yeah, the tornado watch goes until 7 a.m. Most of this area, again, back here along I-75, Lexington, Nicholasville, Frankfort, Harrodsburg, we're good as far as severe weather. The rest of the morning, meaning over the next few hours, I think as we get into the late morning, probably the afternoon, we've got that level 2 risk, so that's going to be coming back. But we got about 5 minutes until this expires. Have they said anything about extending
They have
it
not.
or not? I mean, do you see anything that is?
It's just like we're saying, it's kind of becoming straight line winds, but our rotation detector keeps kind of picking up on stuff now that it is in Estill County, even outside of the tornado warning, as you were talking about. Hargett area there north and west of Irvine showing a little bit of an increase in some rotation potentially, but again, it's looking more like a straight line wind deal.
Going
than
a
anything.
little bit closer here.
Yeah, I mean, that's straight line, yeah.
So do we want to break so you can do a little prep?
I should be fine. I mean, it's up to you if you want to keep on here.
We'll hang with this for another 5 minutes until they clear it, and if they don't extend the tornado warning, then we'll obviously, take a break, let the crawl handle it, and then kind of go from there, since we've been on for a while. And of course,
we'll say the strongest part of this storm, Irvine, it's moving, and Ravenna, it's moving right into you right now.
Yeah, and you can see that with that leading edge right there. Again, Irvine, Ravenna. I mentioned Blanton Flats there, which is right along the Jackson-Estill County line.
67 mile per hour gusts reported at the ASOS in Richmond.
Yeah,
RGA.
So at the airport there in Richmond, that shows you, and that's why this thing is moving as quickly as it is. So, even though the tornado warning may be allowed to expire, Blanton Falls, eventually over toward Heidelberg and Beattyville there in Lee County, and of course Irvine and Ravenna and Estill County, but it's really the southern part of Estill County and northern Jackson County, kind of just north of Sand Gap, north of the US 421 corridor there, where you see the brighter pink. I think we're dealing with some hail in there, but that's where this thing is really, really beginning to fan out, and that's where I think we'll end up probably with some wind damage. The hail potential has just kind of been scattered with that. And they're just west of Irvine. You got a little bit on the rotation detector, as Dylan mentioned. We're going to continue to see that cycle, but almost of greater concern. Now, again, the possible rotation, just even based on the reflectivity, would be right there west of Irvin there in Estill County. But it's this leading edge right here as that works eastward right along the Estill and Jackson County line. That's where you're really going to run into some issues as far as potential wind damage to the tune of 65, 70 miles per hour, that is. So we're at 342. We've got, again, the warning still for about another 3 minutes here. The severe thunderstorm warning that's farther to the east, that goes until 3:45. So you know they're going to eventually extend that. They got to do something here in the next couple of minutes. But Blanton Flats, especially there along the Jackson Estill County line, definitely be in your safe place, because even beyond any tornado potential, you're definitely talking some straight line wind damage potential between Irvin and Blanton Flats across the south central and southeastern part of Estill County and into western Lee County and the northern part of Jackson County. This is the area, I think, of greatest concern, because it
And
looks
add
like
another
it's just
gust
kind of
to it.
punched.
The Madison County Kentucky Mesonet just moments ago had a 57 mile per hour gust. So
Yeah.
that's that strong downdraft
Yep.
coming out of that storm.
So this thing's easily kicking out 60, 65 mile per hour gusts. Since you've got that up, if you're still up there, Caleb, if you can flip it to links 2, just I want to show the...
Yeah, they expanded a little bit further
Yeah.
south and east.
So here's our tornado watch we haven't been able to show you, but this is still 7 a.m. Notice extreme southeastern Kentucky isn't in it. They issued a severe thunderstorm watch for northeastern Kentucky and into West Virginia, but the initial tornado watch was as far east as Frankfort, and then about time we came on, 1:15, 1:30, they kicked it eastward. And now I highly suspect that what we've got out there will either A, outrun it, or B, weaken before we reach 7, which is in about 3 hours here. So let's jump back to links 1. And again, this thing's really fanning out. It's through,
Yeah, it is. And they've allowed it to expire.
Okay, so the tornado warning's going away. Let me broaden things out here. And we've still got a little bit clearly to go here. So stretching from essentially Moorhead, it's through Mount Sterling to Owensville, and then down here into Beattyville, Boonville, eventually through McKee.
It's probably kicking out some strong gusts. Our rotation detector, it's not showing rotation. It also shows just straight, kind of emphasize where we're dealing with straight line winds. And right there,
Yeah, there you go. And see, you saw the warning boxes disappear because the severe thunderstorm warning was set to expire. They'll probably reissue it here. So West Liberty, Campton, Beattyville, Boonville, you're going to be in line for this here as the reflectivity clearly shows them. And look at that sharp edge, and it is fanning out. So anywhere in southeastern Estill, northern Jackson, western Lee, northwestern Owsley, and eastern Powell and western Wolf, any of those areas that I mentioned, you're going to be looking at the potential for some straight line wind damage. Highly suspect we'll catch another severe thunderstorm warning here shortly. So with that, we'll go ahead and send it back to regular programming, let the crawl handle it, and if everything stays relatively quiet, got about an hour and 15 minutes, Dylan will take over for the morning, and then we will do it all again as we head into the afternoon. Don't forget, tornado watch until 7 a.m. and the potential for more severe weather as we go through later in the afternoon on this Thursday. If you've been with us for the last little while, we appreciate you watching, and we will check in with you soon.
Peach, we got to get this on quick. All right, good morning, Kentucky meteorologist Dylan Godet here. We are tracking a tornado warning for Pulaski County. This is south central Pulaski County from Somerset down to Burnside. Definitely some very strong rotation showing up there. This warning is through 5 o'clock in the morning here for Somerset. It's all for Pulaski County. It's also for Laurel County before you get to London. So western portions of Laurel County included within this tornado warning. I'm going to look now at our rotation detector. You can see some of that rotation again right between Somerset and Burnside there. Latest scan actually picking that up a little bit better as you head again just between Somerset, right over the Lake Cumberland right now between Somerset and Burnside. Let's switch back to some velocity with this, and at the moment we're not seeing a ton of there is some rotation there for sure, but it definitely looked a lot tighter, showing tighter rotation a couple minutes ago. But if you are in Pulaski County or over into western portions of Laurel County, make sure you are in your tornado safe shelter right now, the most interior room within your home, away from any doors or windows, inside of an interior closet, a basement. If you do have a basement, the best place to be underneath of those steps, and get in there until you hear the all clear. If you're in Somerset, if you're in the Ruth area, east of Somerset into eastern Pulaski County, make sure you are taking this tornado warning seriously. And I'm going to broaden it out just a little bit to show you the extent of the polygons. If you're anywhere within this, just to the north of Corbin, but if you're in Corbin, go ahead and get into your tornado safe location, because this storm is right on the northwest side of you. But there's Somerset. It's moving out of Wayne County. So if you're in Monticello and maybe your phone alerts went off, this strong part of the storm is to the north and the east of you, but it is until 5 a.m. So we still have 25 minutes left on this. And I'm going to take you back to show that rotation. That would indicate where this tornado, it's this radar indicator right now, where that would be at. And that's just to the south of Somerset. And again, it is moving off towards this general direction. So into western portions of Laurel County, heading towards London, though London is not included within this. I do expect them to maybe change the timing of this. I think it's moving a little bit quicker than what that is suggesting. And it's interesting that our data is not picking up a skit, as we call it, and that would show that moving eastward. So again, the data not quite what you want to see, but still a lot of heavy rainfall there south of Somerset. This is torrential rain. Obviously, you cannot see this. It would be covered in the rain if there was a tornado, but torrential rain, likely some hail with this as well. And it's moving right into the Somerset area, the south side of town there in Pulaski County. I'm going to switch back to the velocity now, just to the south of Somerset. As I said, I'm going to zoom in now towards the Burnside area. There's Somerset, there's Ruth, there's Mount Victory. I'm going to take that off real quick. Science Hill, you're not included within this. Somerset, you are. Burnside, you are. Mount Victory, you are. And areas out ahead of this, make sure you are in your tornado safe location. Let's put this on, see how far we've got. So as you head off towards the north and the east, you're still around. From London, you're still around 30 miles away to the south and the west. You're not included within the warning, but still something you need to be staying alert for if you are in the London area. But certainly Somerset, Ruth, there into central Pulaski County, make sure you are in your tornado safe location now, because this is a tornado warning. I'm going to step off real quick, check the National Weather Service chat. Doesn't look like we have any updates from them on this storm other than the tornado warning is until 5 a.m. for these areas, and the storm is moving at 55 miles per hour towards the east. So it was moving that fast when they issued the warning, still likely is moving. Good news is the rotation's broadening out. It's not quite as significant as it was, but still likely producing some very strong wind gusts there. Let's set this in motion, kind of show you what I'm talking about. Let's go to 15 minutes here. There's where they issued the warning. You notice that the rotation was a little bit tighter. Now it's starting to lose some of that, but still something you certainly want to be taking seriously and getting into your tornado safe location. Again, rotation is broad right now. Still, if you're in Pulaski County, especially south and east of Somerset, make sure you are in your tornado safe location, because a strong storm capable of producing a tornado is now right over top or just to the east of Somerset, there into central portions of Pulaski County. And it's again not looking as impressive. We'll look at the storm relative velocity now. It would be somewhere right around in there if we are seeing anything south and east of Somerset towards the Ruth area, heading over towards Mount Victory would be where we would be picking up on something, but not our system is not picking up on anything either. See if maybe Morristown's radar has a better look at this, and it does not. So again, don't have a great look at this storm. It's kind of far away from these radars, but if you're in the Somerset area, especially south and east of Somerset, this tornado warning is now right on top of you. And as we broaden things out just a bit, they have extended this now as a severe thunderstorm warning outside of it. So for London over to Manchester there in the Clay County, you now have a severe thunderstorm warning with that tornado warning embedded within that there for Somerset and surrounding areas into Pulaski County. So now we do have what we call a skit here, and the BTI is at 2.6, moving east at 59 miles per hour. So these are some areas. Southwestern High School is right on top of that right now. Somerset, you already have this on top of you. Ruth momentarily. The Bent area, Valley Oak by 554. Goodwater 456. Acorn there at 457 for that tornado warning. And I know that's a lot of information on your screen, so I'm going to take that off for you. As we're looking at the storm winds, it's a great indication of where we could be seeing this storm. It's as broad as it's been, so that's good news, indicating that the winds are not tight. It's not a tight center of circulation that would produce a tornado. Instead, this is likely causing some wind damage within the core of the storm. And it's honestly kind of moving to the north side of the tornado warning, so that would suggest as well that it is broadening out. But still, take this very seriously. Likely some very strong wind gusts within this. It has had a history of some wind shear. You're noticing those weak to moderate wind shear marks to the south and the west of Somerset. That's why this was issued as a tornado warning. A lot of heavy rainfall with this as it continues to move off towards the north and the east. Again, it's probably the core of the storm just to the north and the east of Somerset. I'm going to go take a look at the National Weather Service chat there with Jackson's National Weather Service. No updates on this. They did add that severe thunderstorm warning, though, as I mentioned, for Pulaski, Clay, far southern Estill County, Jackson County was included within that as well. And that is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Could also see some small hail, but hail is not a major concern with this storm. So we have the tornado warning there, that red polygon, the yellow polygon, that indicates where we are dealing with some heavy rain into those locations and the potential for some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, especially here. Mount Vernon, you've got some strong wind gusts right on top of you now, heading into southern portions of Rockcastle County. There's I-75, and those strong wind gusts are likely moving into the I-75 corridor there into southern Kentucky. So these skits are where we could be, a BTI, that's the Barron Tornado Index. When that's high and elevated above, say, 3 or 4, that's when it has a chance of producing a tornado. 2.7 is on the lower end, and it just went away there. So again, this is on the weaker end now, which is good news. It was showing some pretty tight signs of rotation earlier. Likely some strong wind gusts, though, moving into the Mount Vernon area. So just be mindful of that. You have the severe thunderstorm warning. There could be a little bit of rotation there southwest of Mount Vernon into southwestern Rockcastle County. Strongest storm, though, is definitely to the east of Somerset. This area, excuse me there, get that off. This area right here would be where, if we've got anything within this storm, it'd be somewhere in that general area. Those rotation When it's moderate like that and it's not looking like it's kind of curling around itself, would indicate that those are just likely some straight line winds that are on the stronger end of things. But these storms, all of them, all through the overnight and now into your early morning hours, they've all had a history of producing strong to damaging wind gusts. So keep that in mind. Even if, like I said, this is outside of that tornado warning polygon, as it's been trimmed out of Wayne County now just for Somerset, you could still see the threat of damaging wind gusts. So to reset things here, we have a tornado warning that is still out through 5 o'clock for Pulaski County and western portions of Laurel County. That would be to the west of London. London is not included within that. Corbin, you're right on the edge. Probably north side of Corbin included within that warning. But you have the potential for a tornado to form within this. This is just radar indicated, but you still need to take it seriously and get into your tornado safe location. A lot of lightning within these storms as well. And it again is likely producing some strong to damaging wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour, even if it is not producing a tornado itself. So you've got that rotation there to the east of Somerset. Again, you're not really seeing those reds and greens coming too much together. And now we've got a new skit that has just popped up, and I'm going to take that off of there because, again, it can be a little bit too much on your screen, but certainly still showing that there is the potential with this system of maybe spinning something up. Let's look at the latest scan. Again, not a lot of tight rotation, but still some rotation in that general area. To the east of Somerset, zoom on in now. Slide this thing over. Shopville is right on top of you, heading towards the Billows area, Wood Creek Lake. You are included within the warning, and make sure you are getting into your tornado safe location. Let's click on this now, get an idea. It's moving very fast. Look at that, 61 miles per hour. So this thing is hustling towards the east. Sandy Gap, 456. The Billows area, 459. That's included within the warning. And then once you extend to the east and northeast of the warning polygon, you've got Bernstadt, 505, Wood Creek Lake, 506, Livingston, 508, Flat Rock, 508. So to just put into perspective, we are now at 456. It's going to continue to move off towards the east-northeast at 61 miles per hour. Roughly 60, 65 miles per hour, most likely. But tornado warning out through 5 o'clock. So still have 14 minutes left on this warning. I'm now going to put this up for you and then check out what the National Weather Service office in Jackson is saying. No new information on this. There is a new tornado warning that's not in our area, but it is out for Martin and Johnson County. That's also through 5 a.m. That's in the far, far eastern Kentucky, outside of our immediate area. But the one we're watching is into Pulaski County. Now, eastern Pulaski County, there's Shopville, there's Mount Victory, some broad rotation in between both of those locations. So this is likely not anything on the ground right now, but it could spin something up. Every radar scan is different. It has a different shape to it. The geometry of this storm changes with every scan from the radar there in Jackson. So that could mean in between scans, you spin something up and we just don't have enough time with in between those radar scans to see it because those come every minute or so. So that storm is now to the north and the east of Somerset. I will say the strongest part of the storm is starting to move almost out of the tornado warning box. Let's look at the radars again. We'll go into Jackson's radar site. Let's look at the wind shear. Yeah, it's right on top of Shopville right now, kind of right outside of that tornado warning. So some rotation, moderate, weak to moderate rotation, but you're likely seeing some strong straight line winds. And that even broke up even more. So that's good news. But you've got some heavy torrential downpours there towards Shopville, maybe even some hail within this as well. Not picking up on the hail, but you've got torrential rain at the least there east of Somerset. So the warning continues through 5 a.m. That's when we're supposed to start Good Morning Kentucky. So I'm just going to go ahead and take us into that here on ABC 36. We will begin Good Morning Kentucky as I am here. So just be mindful of that. This, again, not strong. That BTI is at a 2.8. So to put a little bit of ease, but still get into your tornado safe location. Bent, it's right on top of you, 3 minutes away from you. Acorn, the Acorn area, 456. Sandy Gap, 457. Pongo there, that's a 501. Billows, 501. Bernstadt, 506. Wood Creek Lake, 507. Livingston, 509. East Bernstadt at 511. And then eventually off towards London, which again is outside of the tornado warning, at 512. So let's take that off. Not seeing any big changes here with the latest radar scans that are coming in, but this is still likely a very strong storm with the potential of producing some strong wind gusts upwards of 60, maybe even 65 miles per hour. Again, I'm going to look and see if we have an update from the National Weather Service, and we do not here. We are getting some reports of more damage out of some from previous storms in Lincoln-Gary County line along Highway 39 with some wind damage reports there. National Weather Service says we're going to let the Pulaski County warning run its full course with it expiring here at 5 o'clock. So they're going to continue this tornado warning for Pulaski County. It's not as strong as it was, but still likely at least producing some wind damage within the strongest part of this storm. And we still do have some warnings to our west that we'll need to look out for there for Wayne County. But the main threat right now, here in Lexington, we've got heavy rain. The main threat at the moment is the threat of this storm moving out of Pulaski County into Rockcastle, Laurel County. Eventually we'll be off towards Jackson and Clay counties as well as we continue to head through the morning hours. Velocity, very, very broad. So this is likely not producing a tornado, but it will produce some strong wind gusts at the least. Can't say it won't spin something up quickly, but right now I'm not seeing anything that would suggest that this is a tornado on the ground. The rotation there is weak to moderate at best. Velocity, you're not really seeing what we call a velocity couplet. You're not dealing with that, but what you are dealing with is a lot of rain and a lot of lightning. Look at all these lightning strikes just within this view right here. Over 500 lightning strikes here just within Pulaski County. So the tornado warning siren on the alert on your phone didn't wake you up, the thunder and the lightning might have before that as well, before that alert went off on your phone. So I'm going to take the lightning off just because it makes it very difficult to see where we would have some rotation. And that would be from London south and westward. Again, very broad now, so we likely don't have anything on the ground, but the strongest part of the storm is, again, right on the edge of the tornado warning. So if you're anywhere within the severe thunderstorm warning that also lasts until 5:30 there for Jackson County, portions of Clay County, make sure you are treating this as a potential spin up as well. So take this seriously, just a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but this storm has had a history of producing some rotation. It's 4:52, tornado warning expires at 5, severe thunderstorm warning expires at 5:30. So let's show you that now, just so you can get an idea if you're in any of those communities. There's a look at your timing, and I'm going to go look at what the National Weather Service office in Jackson is saying. A lot of damage from previous storms being reported. Estill County, home badly damaged at Furnace Junction. That's in Estill County. That's from the emergency management office there. So continuing to get damage reports from earlier morning storms. We were live here for a couple hours. Chief Meteorologist T.G. Shuck, who just left a little bit ago, was live with me as we were covering those storms. And now we've got these that are continuing for southern Kentucky. And I'm showing you the rotation. It's not a lot, but here's the actual radar itself. And those little arrows, we call those skits, can give you a general direction of where this is headed. So for London, you've likely got some heavy rain, some strong wind gusts. Where are we going to see the strongest of the wind gusts? That would be right, you'd have some strong winds at the leading edge, but once you've got the rain actually falling, that's that colder pool of air. As the rain falls, you'll likely deal with some strong wind gusts, and we're likely seeing that there. Even in Somerset, you've got that punch of the strong winds working its way out of where the heavy rain is at. Let me zoom in on here in Rockcastle County, where we've likely got some strong winds as well there, right over top of Mount Vernon. Potentially some small hail north and east of Mount Vernon as well into northeast Rockcastle County. That's getting ready to move into Jackson County. So if you're in western Jackson County near the Rockcastle County line, you could be dealing with strong to damaging wind gusts and the potential for some hail. So get away from those windows. Even if it's not a tornado and it's producing wind damage, like trees being blown over or some branches potentially breaking, you don't want to be next to the windows because that could then break that window and get inside the house. So get away from those windows if you can. There into Jackson, you're not in a tornado warning, Jackson County near McKee, but you still likely have some very strong wind gusts within this storm. Southern Rockcastle County now, you've likely got some strong wind gusts as well within this part of the storm, which is going to be making travel very difficult along I-75. And that's between Sand Springs and, say, the Billows area. That right there likely producing some strong wind gusts. Let's look at the rotation again. Could see some rotation there, generally where we were just talking about. Now looking at the velocity, not seeing a couplet, good news. Now we're going to look up into the storm. Not seeing much there. Another look at the rotation towards the Billows area, heading towards Wood Creek Lake, Greenmount, London. The strongest part of the storm is likely going to miss you to the north, but still, you've got heavy rain on the way for you. So let's zoom this out a little bit. And there, again, very heavy rainfall there where you're seeing those darker shades of the rain and the pink. So they continued this severe thunderstorm warning. The yellow polygon that you're seeing there, the yellow box, that's through 5:30. Continuing it through 5:30. The severe thunderstorm, the tornado warning, we only have around 3 minutes left on that, but that is still with us until 5 o'clock. The storm is, the strongest part of the storm is at least outside of that box. So anywhere within the severe thunderstorm warning, that does include all of Rockcastle County, most of Jackson, most of Laurel County, you need to be in your safe location, away from those doors and windows, and riding out this storm, because behind it, there's not a ton of activity. There are some stronger storms to our west that are moving into, say, Clinton County, points south and westward, but the main cluster of storms that you're dealing with at the moment is moving into southern Rockcastle County, far northern portions of Laurel County. So Mount Vernon, you've got some heavy torrential rain. The heaviest of the rain is definitely to your south as well. And there's some brief rotation potentially there into far southern Rockcastle County. It may be trying to tighten up once again, but it's not really as impressive as you'd look for if this was producing a tornado. But tornado warning is going to expire here at 5 o'clock. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning that'll last through 5:30 for Mount Vernon, for London as well. We have the tornado watch that is in effect for a large portion of southeastern Kentucky. That is through 7 o'clock this morning into those areas. So Mount Vernon to London, right now, right in between, right along I-75. There's I-75. There's the core of this storm moving off towards the east-northeast. and I'm going to check out what the National Weather Service office is saying. And we've got no new information. Again, that tornado warning will expire at 5 o'clock, and we will have the severe thunderstorm warning lasting until 5:30. We could be seeing this tighten up again, so don't let your guard down. Right there, that is an area I'm watching, right on the border between Laurel and Rockcastle counties. That area, worth watching as it continues to move off towards the north and the east. If it's not going to produce a tornado or anything like that, it's likely got some strong wind gusts nonetheless. So let's look at what the radar, you're kind of seeing a little bit of some inflow maybe there, but still not anything too impressive. Nothing jumping off of the screen for sure, but definitely strong core of the storm, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts at least possible with this. Tornado warning is going to expire right now. So it's 5 o'clock. This is when we typically start Good Morning Kentucky. We have this tornado warning expiring now for Pulaski and Laurel counties. Still do have a severe thunderstorm warning out for London over to Manchester. McKee included within that, Mount Vernon. So we're going to stay with this severe thunderstorm warning for just a second. Make sure we don't get any redevelopment, which it doesn't look like we will, but certainly a strong storm nonetheless. And right there is the strongest of the winds. So I think it's worth staying with this. To our producer Nefertiti that's watching, I'm going to stay with this storm just because it's still likely strong enough to cause at least a few issues there for Rockcastle County. No longer have a tornado warning, but we still do have a severe thunderstorm warning through 5:30, and we've been getting more and more damage reports from earlier storms that continue to come in out of, say, Casey County's had some damage, Lincoln County, Estill County, all of those areas have wind damage reported into those locations. No tornado warning at the moment, but we do have this severe thunderstorm warning. Zoom out just a little bit to show you what we're dealing with from a regional perspective. Only warning we've got is this one out for Rockcastle County down towards London into Laurel County, and then there is a tornado warning as you head off into West Virginia, far eastern Kentucky. But we've got heavy torrential rains falling from Rockcastle County down to northern portions of Laurel County as well. Where you're seeing the reds, darker shades of the red, that's where the heaviest of the rain is falling with this system, and it's looking less and less impressive. So that's a little bit of good news. I know we're supposed to be starting Good Morning Kentucky right now. If you can talk to me back in the booth if we're planning on taking a break before we start or jumping right into the show, let me know. All right, so I'm going to send things over now to Jane and Walker as we do start now Good Morning Kentucky.
ABC 36 News starts now.
Good morning, Kentucky. I'm Walker Simmons.
And I'm Jane Davenport. We begin with breaking news after severe weather overnight here in Kentucky. We know you've probably been watching meteorologist Dylan Godet. We're going to send things back to him just so you get to know what's happening out there right now. Very severe weather.
Yeah, we do have severe thunderstorm warning still out across southern Kentucky. We were just talking about there in the Laurel County, eastern portions of Rockcastle County, southern portions of Rockcastle County still do have that severe thunderstorm warning. But this is a look at the area as a whole here on Viper radar. Heavy rain falling from Lexington north and westward to Frankfort. Still likely some lightning and thunder there. There is a tornado warning that is moving out of eastern Kentucky over into West Virginia. Here locally, the main concern is into Rockcastle County, Jackson County, Laurel County. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This did have a tornado warning on it, but it no longer is showing those signs. And as we set the radar here in motion from just the last 30 minutes, the storm was looking a lot more impressive as it moved through Somerset, and now the winds have kind of broadened out. But what could be happening is the winds are also broadening out, so spreading out a larger wind field here potentially with this system as it continues to move off towards the north and the east. So don't let your guard down if you're in Rockcastle County, Jackson County. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the part of the storm that would likely be at its strongest here. So there we go. Looking at that view in particular, you've got some heavy rain falling north of London into northern portions of Laurel County. Where you're seeing the pink and the purplish color there, that would show heavy rainfall. I still don't think we're seeing much rotation with it, so that's some good news, but still take it seriously as we've been talking about all morning long. If we've spun anything up so far today, it's been very quick, if that. So there's a look at where you could have some rotation right along I-75 heading towards Annville, and the latest radar scan just came in and it doesn't look quite as impressive. Still something though. Let's look at that. So actually, it's kind of tightening up once again. So we'll be monitoring this off the screen. If they end up warning it, we'll of course be letting you know. But I'll be able to send this back to Jane and Walker. But do know that we are watching this strong part of the storm, northern Laurel County. If we get any updates on it, if the National Weather Service then tornado warns it, we'll be sure to let you know through the rest of the morning.
He got to see glimpses of last season. In 2024, he had 3 starts versus Ohio, Vandy, and Louisville. His 5 catches for just under 100 yards, including a 25-yarder versus Ole Miss, are just the start of his Wildcat highlight reel.
And here's a look at Viper radar. We do have a tornado warning, a new tornado warning just issued for Pulaski, Wayne counties. That's this part of the cell that we were tracking last time I was showing you the radar. That is through 7 o'clock this morning. So through the end of the hour, tornado warning for Monticello and Duane County and up into Somerset, into Pulaski County as well, just south of Somerset included within that, but it's through 7 o'clock here this morning. We were tracking that storm. The southern edge of this is likely where we're seeing some rotation. So let's look at the velocities. Not seeing anything too much. There we go. Actually, that would show that we could be seeing some rotation there to the north and the east of Monticello. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here on that area of the storm. Get that off of your screen. Mill Springs up towards Burnside, Alpine there, US 27. If you're in these locations within the tornado warning, want to make sure you're in the lowest level of your home. If you have a basement, get into the basement. That's likely the safest place to be. If you don't have a basement, most interior room within your home, and put as many doors, as many walls, that is, between you and the outside. So an interior closet, great place to be here with a storm like this. So if we're dealing with a tornado, it's likely somewhere near the Mill Springs area. Let's look at the rotation. Yep, matches up really well there. That's Kentucky Route 90 there, heading north and east out of Monticello, following right along Lake Cumberland. That's where we're likely dealing with this storm. And this is one of the more impressive radar signatures that we've had so far. So take this seriously there. If you're in northeastern Wayne County, heading towards southern portions of Pulaski County, there's Burnside. Here's the Pulaski County, Wayne County line. That's right there. So it's through 7 o'clock this morning. If we are dealing with a tornado, which this is just radar indicated at the moment, that would be towards the Mill Spring area. And again, you're seeing those brighter shades, and see how the reds and greens are close to each other. Green, that's winds towards the radar site there in Jackson. The reds, that's winds away. And when you have those next to each other, that shows that there is some rotation within this storm. So Somerset, you're not included actually, now that I can see the full warning. It's right on the edge, south side of Somerset. It's basically parallel to Lake Cumberland there. So there's Burnside as well. Let's put a track on this. We're going to send this off towards the north and the east. These storms have been traveling right around 60 miles an hour. I'm actually going to make it a little bit quicker. I'm going to put 65 just because I'd rather be too quick than too slow with the storm. So Fraser area, 631, that'll be on you shortly. Burnside, be in your safe location. It's going to be on you at least by 637, likely a little bit before that. So that's 10 minutes there. Northfield, 641. Hargis, 641. Ruth area, 643. Meese, 642. The Dykes area of 436. Bent, 648, Mount Victory 648, Goodwater 649. So a lot of these areas were under a severe a tornado warning earlier. But again, this latest radar scan does not look too good. So if you're in these areas, make sure you're in your tornado safe location. And again, that is the most interior room within your home. If you are into Wayne County, northeastern Wayne County, heading up towards the Burnside area there into Somerset. If I can, into Pulaski County. Can't get this off of there. So it's through 7 a.m. this morning. So there you go. Where we are seeing the rotation is right here. Right there. That's Kentucky 90. And it's moving almost parallel to that and heading off towards the north and the east. So Burnside is going to be on top of you here very shortly. If you're in Burnside, you live near US 27, you live right along the Wayne County, Pulaski County line, make sure you are in your tornado safe location. Our data is not picking up on any rotation here, which I'm a bit surprised about because at least there is some elevated rotation nonetheless. Let's look again at the rotation detector. It's weak to moderate, but still enough to prompt a tornado warning from the Jackson National Weather Service office. It's obviously shielded in rain. You don't want to be outside in one of these instances anyway, but if you were outside and you just came in, there's no way you'd be able to see this. It's likely covered in heavy torrential downpours as it's continuing to move off towards the north and east. I'm going to step off the screen here real quick, and I'm going to check and see what the National Weather Service office in Jackson has said about this storm. So it is for Pulaski and Wayne counties. We know that much. The storm will be near Mill Springs at 6:30. So within the next 30 seconds, Burnside around 6:35. Alpine around 6:40. The storm is moving east at 50, so a little slower than what I was anticipating there, but still nonetheless. Again, I'd rather track the storm moving too fast as opposed to too slow. So advance warning nonetheless. So Burnside, again, get into your safe location, your tornado safe location. This is just radar indicated, but it's a strong signature. You notice those brighter shades of stronger winds that the radar's picking up on. And this isn't, don't take this verbatim, but some of these winds are pretty strong showing up on radar. And I'm going to kind of click on what the radar's picking up. This is what the radar's picking up in terms of the water droplets in the cloud, the raindrops, how fast they're moving. So that's not actually at the surface, but it can give you an idea. In the cloud there, those winds are 80 miles an hour. So very, very strong. That's not what we're seeing at the surface, but it gives you some perspective, the storm winds, how fast they are. So some of that wind is getting transported towards the surface, and I'm really surprised that some of our data is not picking up on this rotation because it's pretty strong, especially compared to what we've seen so far. So Burnside, if you live in the Burnside area, within the next 5 minutes, you're going to be dealing with some impacts from this storm. Still just radar indicated, but there is some strong rotation showing up here with this system. Right there to the south and the west of Burnside at US 27. It's running parallel. There's Kentucky 90. Mill Springs, it's past you. So if you're in Monticello, south and westward, you right now are not in the path of this storm. But Burnside you are, US 27, Alpine, but really Burnside, looking at you right along the lake, that's where we're likely seeing the most significant, or where we would see the most significant impacts from the system. Right, that right there is where the rotation's at, and it's moving off towards the north and the east. So the warning lasts through 6:30, and I'm trying to, see it's covered in rain, so it's kind of muddying things up a little bit. There is certainly signs of rotation. It's broad, but still rotation nonetheless. It can tighten up really, really quickly. Let's look at the shear again. Whoops. There we go. So that's where that rotation's at. South and west of Burnside. It's going to be on Burnside here within the next couple of minutes. It's probably moving faster than what the warning has of 50. It's probably closer to 60, 65 miles an hour. So if you're out ahead of that, Mount Victory, make sure you're in your tornado safe location. Let's zoom things out a little bit here. Ruth, make sure you're in your tornado safe location. Other areas south and east of Somerset into eastern Pulaski County, make sure you are in your tornado safe location. The storm could spin up a tornado really at any moment, and the radar may not even pick it up once it does. When you look at the Viper radar in terms of the reflectivity, so the rainfall, you can't really tell anything. But once you start to dissect things, looking at the velocity, that's the storm relative winds there, you start to get a better picture of what we're dealing with this storm. So Burnside, Alpine, you're likely south of this, but still get into your storm safety location, most interior room within your home, again, away from doors and windows, and interior closet. Great place to be for this storm. All these storms that have been moving through, even ones that likely didn't produce tornadoes, they still have the potential for producing damaging wind gusts. And right now, this is one of the stronger storms that we've seen. I'm going to step off real quick, and I'm going to look and see what any updates from the National Weather Service. We do not have any updates here from the National Weather Service office there in Jackson. I'm going to check and see if there have been other storm reports from this, but not seeing anything online. If you're in these areas, please get into your tornado safe location, most interior room, Burnside especially. The storm's right on top of you right now if you're in Burnside. And again, our data is still not picking up on anything, which is a little bit surprising because it's picking up on stuff earlier. It's still generally kind of broad rotation, but nonetheless rotation. So, and that's going to continue to move off towards the north and the east. And again, it's likely moving around 60 miles per hour, if not a little bit quicker than that. So let's go here towards the north and the northeast. So Burnside, Braunston, that is, it's right on top of you right now. Burnside, it's right on you, latest radar scan. Northfield, Poplarville within the next 5 minutes for you. Mount Victory, 648. We called you out earlier there, Mount Victory. Acorn area, 652. Sandy Gap, 654 for you. And I'm going to take this off if I can. There we go. Looks like it might continue to broaden out a little bit, some rotation, so that's some good news. At least the rain is likely, you likely have some heavy rain moving in to Burnside right now. Latest radar scan is, again, very, very tough to pick anything out looking at that. And the rotation detector is a lot weaker, so good news there. We want to see that trend continuing. But we still have the tornado warning that's out through 7 o'clock, so we still have 25 minutes on it, and we're going to stay with you as long as we do have this tornado warning. And I want to zoom out, not in, there we go. Zoom out to give you some perspective on where exactly this is. So Somerset, you're right on the edge. The strongest part of the storm is likely to your south along US 27. It's right on the Burnside area right now and continuing to move off towards the north and the east. I'm going to check once again to see if we've got any updates from the National Weather Service. No updates there. Check any storm reports that we're seeing. Get into your tornado safe location if you're into southern portions, that is, of Pulaski County. And I'm off the screen right now because I'm checking some updates from the National Weather Service office in Jackson, who is the one who issued this tornado warning. It expires at 7 o'clock. It's radar indicated rotation, meaning that there is no confirmation of anything yet. And I don't know, looking at the last couple radar scans, that we would see any rotation, but you still want to take this seriously. We've had multiple damage reports throughout the area. All of these stronger storms have produced strong wind damage. Looks like we just got a new scan on the radar coming on in, and it's right to the north and the east likely of Burnside, or right on top of Burnside. Mount Victory, we've been calling your name out. It's going to be heading in your general direction off towards the east and the northeast. So get into your tornado safe location if you're not there yet. Let's look at it's a lot more broad now. That's good news. We want to see this trend every single radar scan, though the rotation is still being picked up. Let me see if there's any better view maybe from Morristown, Tennessee's radar, which is a little further to the south and the east of that. That is picking up at least something there from Morristown. It's looking at this from the south and the east. Jackson's looking at this from the northeast. Morristown's radar is looking at it out of the southeast, so we can get a kind of a different perspective of this storm. And let's compare now. So this is Morristown, where it's picking up on that shear right on top of Burnside. Let's look at Jackson's now, and that rotation is right on top of the Burnside area. So that's probably where the strongest part of the storm is at the moment. And they've now cut off, if you're south and west of here, so Mill Springs, Monticello, south and westward, you have the all clear from this tornado warning. You still have strong storms to your west. There is a severe thunderstorm warning over towards Jamestown on the southwest side of Lake Cumberland. So you're not completely in the clear, but you're in the clear from this tornado warning. This is the area we're tracking here. General area from Burnside heading off towards the east-northeast, or northeast. That's basically at that northeast angle. So Mount Victory would be coming in your general direction here as you head here within the next 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes for Mount Victory, a couple minutes. It'll be on you for sure. See if we get any updates here. So they continue the tornado warning through 7 o'clock. They trimmed off the back part of that storm. And also just want to note that the tornado watch time has been extended until 9 a.m. Tornado watch now until 9 a.m. as opposed to 7 a.m. And I'm just trying to get more information here from social media, if we're getting any reports from anyone. No reports yet. So again, tornado warning through 7 o'clock, so still 20 minutes left. It's looking a lot more broad. There's your rotation, so it's kind of spread out. So good news again. Heavy rain though. Let's turn on the lightning and you see how much lightning. Actually, not a lot. 43. We were seeing definitely a lot more than that earlier. Rotation maybe there. Let's look at the storm relative. Yeah, it's not as impressive as it was once looking. So good news there. See if the rotation, see how you were seeing some better rotation, the darker shades of the red, that maroon color, that's strong. Moderate is the green. When you're seeing that red color, that's strong rotation, and that was to the south and the west. We're no longer seeing that. What it looks like right now is a lighter shade of the green. So positive trend, still have the warning though, so still get into your tornado safe location, because this is likely producing damaging wind gusts, even if it's not producing a tornado. Because when you're looking at this, look at, say this is 0. When you see the gray, that would be 0 to 5 mile per hour wind. As you get lighter with the shade of the green, the radar's picking up on faster wind speeds within this storm. And notice how bright, that's a light shade of green, almost white in spots. That's showing that this thing is producing some likely strong wind gusts. And that's aloft, it's into the cloud where it's picking up the raindrops. But where's that rain going? It's going towards the ground. And in a strong storm, that's going to create that downdraft, and it's going to push all of that stronger wind towards the surface. So you'll get some of these winds, 50, 60 miles per hour with this as it does continue to travel off towards the north and east. So Ruth, Mount Victory, make sure you're in your tornado safe locations. I'm going to step off once again, see if we've gotten any updates from things. There's now Monticello, I just said that you were in the clear. Well, you have a new tornado warning. We just have a new tornado warning issued from the south and the west of Monticello. So this is a very busy weather pattern. Here, another tornado warning. So Monticello, you just had a tornado warning. Now you have a new tornado warning, and this one through 7:15. So you might have just gotten out of your tornado safe location. Get back in there because we've got another tornado warning for you there into Wayne County. This one also looks strong. And there's that rotation north of Albany there into Clinton County. That's moving towards Suzie, Monticello eventually as well. Let's try to see if we're getting anything from Morristown's radar. Yes, so here we go. Let's click that. Okay, BTI, which is basically our tornado index, is at 2.8. It's not very high, but the radar's far away, so I wouldn't really trust that. Here's a look at some of these communities. Monticello, 701 for you. Old Valley, 703. Rankin, 704. Steubenville, 705. Span area, that's 706 for you. Mill Springs, again, that's the second time. Monticello, Mill Springs, you've been under a tornado warning. But tornado warning for you through 708. The Pueblo area, 709. Gregory, Naomi, after 710. So again, 2 tornado warnings from a storm that's traveling basically over both locations. So this is something you rarely ever see. 2 tornado warned storms traveling over the same area. The original storm started to lose a lot of its characteristics, so I'm going to stay focused on this one. And I'm going to switch back now to Jackson's radar. A little bit of a better view. The core of that storm's right there, getting ready to move out of Clinton County into southwestern Wayne County. So once again, there it is. That's that rotation that we're tracking, and that's moving off towards the north and the east. There's Lake Cumberland. This is Lake Cumberland right here. It's traveling parallel to the lake right along Kentucky 90 there between Suzie and Monticello. Let's see what the National Weather Service office has mentioned with this storm. And let's see here. The new tornado warning through 7:15 at 6:40, so 4 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Albany or 13 miles north of Byrdstown, moving northeast at 50. It's probably closer to 55 or 60. So Monticello between 6:50 and 7 o'clock for you, Steubenville area around 7 o'clock. Other locations in the path of this tornadic storm do include Mill Springs, and once again, as we've been talking about, move to the basement or the most interior room of the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows if you're outdoors or in a mobile home or a vehicle. Get to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. And that would be getting away from any doors and windows for sure. So we're continuing. We have 2 tornado warnings kind of back to back going over the same areas. I'm checking to see storm reports. So let me put on the warning details so y'all can see that as I'm stepping off the screen. So 7:15 there through 7:15 tornado warning for you into Wayne County. Wayne County tornado warning for you through 7:15. So most likely we're going to be here through the rest of Good Morning Kentucky and probably into Good Morning America coming up here shortly, because that starts at 7 and this warning lasts through 7:15. Trying to look around on social media to see if there are any reports from anyone. Obviously, you want to be in shelter right now if you are in the path of this storm. Just got a photo on our social media from Sand Hill and Irvin of multiple trees down. That's from earlier this morning, but thank you for sending in those photos out of Estill County. And there's one more storm on the backside of this that just got warned. So, and that rotation is showing better rotation there, but there's also another warning. So once this passes you, Suzie, Monticello, you're going to have this tornado warning pass you, but there's another storm that's moving across the lake, across Dale Hollow Lake into Clinton County and eventually travel. So there are rounds of tornadic potentially producing storms traveling on this same general path. This is what we're talking about, is the front stalling out, and we're on the far southern edge of this boundary, and there's just enough rotation. Not seeing a ton there, even though that's starting to pick up a little bit. Let's look at the wind shear here. Let's get this off. That is one of the better signals that we've had so far today. There's the rotation right on top of Susie. This is going to travel right along Kentucky 90. It's going to be right along Kentucky 90, parallel to that, if not right on top of Kentucky 90. I'm trying to get our little tool here that can draw on this. So there is the area of rotation. It's moving off towards the north and the east. So it's moving in this general direction, up towards Monticello, up towards the Delta area there as well, heading parallel to Lake Cumberland. There's another storm south and west of this, so don't let your guard down once the storm passes. Look at the velocity. There's a little bit of a couplet. It's still pretty broad, so I don't know if this is actually producing something, but I'm going to zoom out here and just show you this line. Look at these. Hook there, hook there, hook there, hook there, hook there. These are 3 or 4 storms in a row, 5 if you count the storm that moved through earlier, all very strong, all likely producing torrential downpours, the potential for damaging wind gusts. So Monticello, hunker down, because this is going to be a couple rounds of storms that will be moving through your area. And I'm going to switch to Morristown because, again, that's to the south and the east of this storm, and that's actually picking up. So that right there is what we call a shear marker. So Morristown's radar is picking up on a rotating storm. So let's look at the towns here. Monticello, 657. You want to be in that tornado safe location right now if you are in Monticello. Eadsville, 658. Rankin, 702. Steubenville, 702. Span, 703. Mill Springs, 705. Pueblo area, that's 706 for you. Gregory, 707. Fraser, 710. Trimble area, 711. Burnside, 717. Southwestern High School. Hopefully we're getting, we do not want kids on school buses with this. Hopefully the word's getting to the kiddos there in Wayne County with this approaching storm. That right there is what we call a rotation detector. It picks up on that rotation, a shear marker as we call it. That is right to the south and the west of Monticello, and it's likely delayed. So where you're seeing that right now, the storm is moving past that location. That's just from the last radar scan. So I'm going to switch to Jack's. I'm actually going to stay on this. Stay on this radar. Monticello, it's heading towards you. If I can zoom in, there we go. There's Eadsville, there's Mill Spring. The storm is, again, parallel or right along Kentucky 90, running right along the lake. Right there is that storm. I'm going to look. We have a Kentucky Mesonet camera that's close to there. So I'm going to step off the screen real quick and check out that camera, see if it can see anything. Because you need to be inside. You do not need to be out looking at these storms or anything. They're likely rain wrapped at the least. And I can't see anything at all with that Wayne County camera, which you might expect. Actually, I think it's out. I think it's been knocked out by some power. There's another one. I'm looking for some cameras into Wayne County. So again, you do not need to be out. You need to be in shelter if you're in Monticello, if you are in Eadsville, if you're in Mill Springs. You need to be in your tornado safe location right now. This storm, another storm, is capable of producing a tornado, and it is heading right up Kentucky 90. And it's taken over as the stronger one of the two storms here. And just got word that Somerset Independent schools are on NTI Day number 6. So we're just talking about the school kids. That's Somerset Independent. NTI. So kids are planning on going to school, make sure you all are in your most interior room within your home at the moment. Okay, we're at Morristown's radar. I'm going to switch back to Jackson's, see if it's starting to get a better view of this. It's not really, but the storm is right on. There's Kentucky 90. Susie, there's the storm. This is the storm that's capable of producing a tornado, and that's moving up towards Monticello. The wind shear, again, take this with a grain of salt because this radar is all the way up in Jackson and really far away from the storm, so it's not getting a good view of it. Morristown's definitely has a better view, but let's see. Yeah, it's still picking up rotation at least. That red there is, this is the storm threats. When you're seeing red, that's rotation. It's weak to moderate rotation, but still rotation nonetheless. That's why I'm surprised that none of our data signatures are showing up. But they are through Morristown's. So broad rotation there, south and west of Monticello. That would be the storm right there. Monticello, just to the south and the west of you, traveling right along or parallel to Kentucky 90. It's becoming a little bit more broad, so that's some good news. But again, it could cycle, and there's another storm right on its heels, folks. There's two more storms. These storms are traveling over the same area, so we're likely going to be running into some flash flooding as a result of this as well, unfortunately. I can see how much rain's just falling within these cells here. Yeah, that's not a good view of it, but you get the idea. A lot of rain falling here with this. There are now two parts of this storm. There's another little hint of a tornadic signature there towards Albany. See, the original warning also is now showing some signs. So yeah, there's a rotating signature potentially east of Somerset. One more on Monticello and one more over all north and west of Albany there in the Clinton County. So three different sections of this kind of conga line of storms producing some strong wind gusts. Monticello, it's right on top of you right now. Zoom out a little bit, get a better view. So this was the original storm that prompted that first tornado warning. The second storm is right on top of Monticello. We've got one more towards the Albany area. Hopefully this is a new scan. It's not. I'm going to step off again and look at things. National Weather Service. They are not extending that tornado warning on the first cell. So eastern portions of Pulaski County up towards Laurel County, the original tornado warning, they are not extending this. So this tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. The focus is now on this storm moving through Wayne County, moving through the Monticello area. It doesn't look impressive there. See, doesn't look as impressive on Morristown's radar either. So that's good news, though there are still some hints of rotation. You need to stay in your tornado safe location if you are in Monticello. And again, that's most interior room within your home, away from exterior walls and windows especially. You've had a couple rounds of strong storms moving on in. That suggests that these trees are getting hit by very strong wind gusts time after time, multiple rounds of the strong wind gusts. So you could start to see some debris just from straight line winds with this persistent strong wind gust moving into your area. Let's switch back to Jackson's real quick. We just got a new skit. The skit data helps us track this storm out into the future. So hail, 50% chance of hail. It's a tall storm. It's moving east-northeast at 54 miles per hour. It's right on top of Monticello right now. Look at the timing of that as I check out what the National Weather Service is saying. No new updates there from the Jackson National Weather Service office. Let's see here. No updates, but it's definitely strong. That storm is strong as it heads towards the Monticello area. Hopefully you are in your tornado safe location right now if you are tuned in this morning in Wayne County. So if you're looking for Good Morning America, we're going to stay with this tornado warning as long as it's out for our friends in Wayne County. We're going to stay here through the entirety of the warning. So right now, the storm would be basically on top of Monticello. It's not looking as impressive on radar, and that's really good news. We want to continue to see that. And maybe the problem is the data's not catching up. Yeah, not looking quite as impressive, but still, it's on top of Monticello right now. So Mill Springs, Delta area, Burnside. There's Kentucky 90. If you are between Lake Cumberland, Kentucky 90, and other portions of this warning, that storm's heading in this general path. So parallel or right along Kentucky 90, heading off towards the north and the east. There's Burnside, there's Alpine, there's US 27. It's heading off in that general direction towards the north and east. And looking at the warning times here, so this warning is through 7:15. This one I think is going to expire. Yes, it is at 7 o'clock. So in 2 minutes, that's going to expire. I'm going to check things out here. Once again, I'm going to check out, first let me put this up for you. Let's go back to the radar. There's Monticello. There's the tornado warning for you. Again, still just radar indicated. Still radar indicated here as it moves off towards the north and the east. I'm going to take this off the screen to help you not get too confused about what you're looking at. Tornado warning through 7:15, Monticello, Wayne County, moving off towards the north and the east there. No updates, no reports of any damages. This doesn't appear to be putting down anything, a tornado yet, but that doesn't mean it can't pulse back up and eventually produce something. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. So no updates from, here we go, we may have gotten one. They're continuing the tornado warning through 7:15. Latest updates. Latest updates at 6:59, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Monticello, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Still radar indicated. Not any confirmation on this, but radar indicated nonetheless. I'm trying to just get all the information I can out of this. So tornado warning through 7:15. That does include the Monticello area. It's right on top of you, Monticello, right now, this storm is. Storm capable of producing a tornado over Monticello. If you're looking for Good Morning America, we're going to stay with this tornado warning through its entirety, which is through 7:15. Then we'll send you back to Good Morning America unless we get another tornado warning, which we might, because look at that. Another strong storm to the south and the west of basically moving over top of Dale Hollow Lake right now. I'm going to zoom this out. Let's switch back to Jackson's radar. Not looking as impressive as Morristown's, because again, Morristown is shooting at this from a different angle from the south and the east. Jackson's kind of shooting through a couple different storms to get here. But what it is showing is multiple rams. You've got that storm from Monticello, one more right on its doorstep. So even if this warning expires, Monticello, you still have some strong storm activity just to your south and your west. Those green blinking boxes in Tennessee, those are flash flood warnings, and I expect we'll get some of those here shortly in Wayne County. So there's your rotation. It's very broad, very weak right now, so it's not as impressive as it was. You can see the track move right over top of there. Potentially right there, again, not the most impressive of signatures. Somewhere there would be where we're looking at something. I'm going to check out what the National Weather Service office is saying once again. And no new information. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton County, the storm moving into the Albany area right now. No new information. Oh, there we go. Media, the same thought process in place for the training tornadic cell, going to let it expire and replace it for lingering gusty winds. So that's some good news. They're going to allow this tornado warning to expire, and I do agree with that because it's not showing as promising of signs of rotation. So that's, again, great news. You still have some heavy rain, though, on the way Monticello, and you still have a strong storm to the south and the west that could also cause some issues there moving over top of Albany. I do think that these storms are going to eventually hurt themselves with the training over top of one another. And this storm is almost out of the warning box itself. So the storm would be near Mill Springs, heading right up Kentucky 90, parallel to the lake, likely producing some strong wind gusts. It's rain wrapped if it is producing anything at all. The shear's just not there. The hail, not much of that either. Let's look one more time at Morristown. Just want to make completely sure that we're not missing anything with this storm. Doesn't appear that we are. We are seeing there's likely very strong wind gusts here being produced by this storm. Very strong. So I'm stepping off the screen just to try to get some more information from the National Weather Service office on things here. Want you not to forget either that we do have a flood watch that remains in effect. So as we start to lose these strong to severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes, we're still going to be dealing with some heavy rain, and there's another low wind risk for low to slight risk of strong to severe thunderstorms later today. So you're not completely out of the woods yet. Tornado warning still through 7:15 for Wayne County. They are going to allow this to expire, so that means they're not expecting this to pulse back up here, which is good news. Let's change our view here. Let's go to Southern Kentucky. So let's put the radar back to Jackson. Let's put it in motion here just to show you what the concern is going to be now. We've had these just storm after storm moving over the same areas. You're likely going to see flooding taking place in low-lying and flood-prone areas at the least. And notice how that line just continues to stretch off towards the north and the east with heavy torrential rain falling into those locations. So once this tornado warning expires, do expect us to still be dealing with some issues, this time in terms of the rain and the heavy rain at that. I'm going to put up real quick just our Storm Prediction Center outlook for today. So you do have that yellow area. That's a level 2 out of 5 severe risk into those locations. That's with us today. We do have that slight risk, or a level 2 out of 4 flooding risk. The higher risk is to the north and the west. So now, the Weather Prediction Center and us here at ABC 36, we're expecting this heavy round of rain to kind of shift its way northward as you head through the day as well. Let's see. It still potentially could be producing some rotation. They mentioned that they're not going to continue the tornado warning itself. At least last time I went over and checked. Let's check one more time before we send you back to Good Morning America. You see those ripples moving through the screen there? Those are the waves of rotation that continue to push through these areas. And they are going to allow that tornado warning to expire. So we'll stay with you until it does expire. But they're not expecting this again to last any further than what it currently is. Though, again, that does look a little impressive to me nonetheless. Let's get back into it. That could be some rotation. Wind shear, not a ton there. Let's look at Morristown now. Wind shear, not seeing a lot, but it is picking up on that cell to the south and the west of there. I'm going to try to zoom in on in. And yeah, broad, if anything at all. Not a ton of rotation with this, so good news. Good news on the rotation detector. Radar is not great news because of the rain, but it doesn't look as impressive, at least on reflectivity, which shows us the rainfall rates. That is a little concerning there. Maybe some broad rotation, not anything tight, not a tight velocity couplet, though. Interested to see if they'll warn that one. They may. Let's check and see. We'll just check one more time. Make sure they don't expect to continue this. I don't think they are going to continue it. Okay, they're mentioning that Pulaski and Wayne counties are pretty worked over. 60 to 70 knots of shear ripping these cells apart. So that's what the radar's picking up on. These cells just kind of tearing themselves apart. So I'm gonna go ahead and get ready to send this to Good Morning America. So we're going to send you back to Good Morning America. If you're in Wayne County, first off, don't let your guard down. You could get another warning, but they're going to allow this warning to expire. Still stay in your safe location. We'll break back into coverage if you see another storm produce the radar detected rotation, and that one is now. So I was going to send you back to programming, but when I see that, that's a shear marker, and that would show to me that this storm could produce a tornado. At least that's what the radar is picking up on. So we're going to stay with this. And that's Jackson's radar picking that up. That's not Morristown's. So far away, picking up on some of that rotation. And I'll be very surprised if they don't extend that warning out. I'm going to try to change the angle of this. Yeah, right there. So again, that is a shear marker. That shows where we are dealing with a rotating storm that our system's picking up on. It's to the north and the east of Albany, moving off towards the east-northeast. Now, they don't have a warning on this, but there's definitely some rotation that's being detected by the radar site in Jackson, and that makes sense. Kind of right in that, see how that forms almost a bean shape? That's where you could see the rotating part of the storm. It's a little bit further south than the last couple of them, so maybe a little bit more of a favorable environment, but not the best because of the storms that have moved over that same area. So Morristown's radar is not picking up on it this time, but Jackson's radar site is, which it wasn't last time. So again, that is a tornado warning through 7:15 for Wayne County. That marker that you're seeing on the screen there, that shows where our system is picking up on the potential for rotation. And I'm going to stay with this storm. I know if you're looking for Good Morning America, we'll try to get to that shortly, but we want to make sure everybody in Wayne County is okay because that is part of our ABC 36 viewing area. Wayne County is. So this is an important storm for you, and of course that would mean it's an important storm for us as well. No new warning on this latest little pulse from the radar site, but don't let your guard down. Even if you're outside of this warning box, there could be a strong storm capable of producing a tornado moving into those areas. It's not the most impressive look on radar. Susie area, definitely get in your tornado safe location. If you are in the Susie area of Wayne County, if you're along Kentucky 90 as well. See if they plan on extending this warning or not. They're not, as of yet, extending this warning, but we're going to stay with you. The original warning set to expire, but I do think there's at least some rotation happening within this storm that could pull something up. And these areas have had 2 or 3 warnings in some locations through the morning. We're going to zoom out. There's heavy rain heading towards Somerset as well. That's not warned. And let's see what the new radar scan just came in. That shear marker's old, but out ahead of it is where the cell is currently located. So let's see if it continues to show that same. It's not. So good news. Again, that's good news. We don't want it to show any signs of rotation. Let's check out Morristown's real quick. Again, that's from Morristown, Tennessee, looking towards the storm from a different perspective, from the south and the east. Not a lot there, not a lot there, not a lot on a little bit there. Potentially a little bit of rotation there as well. So that is a strong storm. That's a strong storm, but that's a storm that could have a little bit of rotation with it. Instability has become too marginal to support sustained supercell growth, and the shear is too strong now, ripping these storms apart as they come into our area. So they don't expect this to continue because of all the other storm activity in the area. So we don't have any warnings. We do have a strong storm. We'll keep watching that for you. If it does give us a severe thunderstorm warning, we'll post that on our Facebook page. But for now, we're going to send things out to Good Morning America. You can stay with the ABC 36 Storm Team all day, though, for more updates. And if we have a warning, we'll be sure to let you know.
And procedures.
Wayne County, this tornado warning lasts until noon today. You've had to do this a couple times in Monticello, but get to the most interior room within your home. If that's a basement, that's the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, get indoors away from any exterior walls and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. So best place, an interior closet, interior bathroom away from any of those windows. And again, that rotation was looking a little better a couple scans before this, so not showing up quite as well. This area is really worked over by a lot of those storms, but it did have some really strong rotation as it was moving through Clinton County, and now it is approaching Wayne County, starting to break it apart just a little bit, but a strong system nonetheless. We have a tornado warning on it here through 12 o'clock, so through noon. Still have 45 minutes on this. I'm going to step off and try to read any messages that we have from the National Weather Service offices. No updates there from Jackson, but again, tornado warning in place for Wayne County. That's the most pressing location of this warning, but it is also stretching into southern portions of Pulaski and northern McCreary County as well through noon today. The storm that we're watching is right there, moving out of Clinton County and now into Monticello and Wayne County. So there is where we could see some rotation embedded within side of that rainfall. It's broadening out, which is good news. It's not showing up quite as tight and uniform as it was, but it would be right around in that general area, traveling off towards the north and the east, basically the same trajectory as those storms were taking earlier here today. Looking at some different products that we have. Looks like on the northwest side of that is a little bit of some better rotation at the moment. Let's put a storm track on this to give you an idea of kind of the timing. So here we go. So Monticello around 11:27 for you. Get that off of there. Monticello around 11:27, Rankin around 11:30, Steubenville around 11:31, Span 11:32, and Mill Springs 11:33. So this is moving off towards the north and the east at a pretty fast clip, 50, 60 miles per hour. These storms have been moving pretty quickly so far today. Doesn't look as organized as it did when it was in Clinton County near Albany. As it moves into Wayne County, we're getting less of that uniform look to this, so that's good news. That's what we want to see. Still get into your safe location if you're watching us right now in Wayne County. Also, if you're watching us in southern portions of Pulaski County as well. Far northwestern McCreary County. This is not affecting most of the McCreary County. It's the far northwestern portion of the county. It does not include Somerset, but it does include southern Pulaski County. This warning again through noon here for the day today. The rotations there to the south and the west of Monticello doesn't look quite as uniform as it did when it was in Clinton County, but still heavy rain nonetheless, likely some strong wind gusts within this as well. Get into your tornado safe location, away from those doors, away from those windows, and ride this one out. Turn up the TV or have us on our stream there on your ABC 36 app, and we can help you get through this. Monticello, this is the third or fourth tornado warning that you've had so far today. And we'll step off the screen, check and see if we have any updates from the National Weather Service offices. We do not. At 11:09 this morning, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Albany, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. The storm will be around Monticello at 11:25, so kind of the same timing that we had given you previously with this. Not looking as organized on the radar at the moment, so that's some good news. But still, let's check around at some of the different radars. It's kind of right in between the Morristown, the Louisville, and the Jackson radar sites. All of them, you can kind of see where the core of the storm is located at the moment. But we're no longer seeing our shear marker showing up, which would indicate that this storm has some significant rotation. It was showing that, though, when it was in Clinton County. National Weather Service office in Jackson warned this system anyways here as it is now moving into Wayne County. So take this seriously. It's no longer looking as impressive on the radar, but still, we've had numerous tornado warnings so far today into your overnight and right now, this one's going to last you through noon, though it's not looking quite as impressive. Storms traveling off to the north and the east. There's Somerset right there. There's US 27. There's Kentucky 90. The storm is just to the south and the west of Monticello, running parallel to Kentucky 90, where you would be dealing with the impacts of this. Again, some broad rotation potentially there. Set the radar in motion. It definitely looked a lot more impressive around 30 minutes ago. Notice how those are brighter colors there showing up on these storm winds. When you show the brighter colors and the reds and the greens are close to each other, that would show this storm is strengthening. But we've lost a little bit of that. Latest scan, though, may suggest that we're trying to tighten it up a little bit. And you notice this marker right there, that is what we call a shear marker. And when you see one of those, that indicates to us from our system that it's picking up on that rotating wind. And that's what the National Weather Service also saw when they issued this warning. So if we're getting any rotation, it's that part of the storm there just to the south and the west of Monticello, possibly trying to tighten up a little bit as it gets closer to the Monticello area. Let's zoom on in. There's Eadsville, Mill Springs, all these communities right along Kentucky 90 between Monticello and Burnside. Make sure that you are getting into your tornado safe location, which is again the most interior room within your home. And doesn't look very impressive there. That's Louisville's radar. Let's look back at Jackson's, who's issuing this warning. This is technically their jurisdiction, and that's why we're getting those warnings from Jackson. Yeah, not very impressive there. To the south and the west of Monticello, Eadsville, right along the lake. That's Lake Cumberland snaking through right there. There's Mill Springs. All these same areas had warnings earlier on today, so you're probably sick of getting into your tornado safe location, but you need to do it this time for sure, once again, as we are dealing with another tornado warning for Wayne County. I'm going to step off, see if we get any updates from the National Weather Service. If we do get one, I'm sure it's going to say the storm's not looking quite as impressive. Actually, here we're getting this from the National Weather Service. We got a report of a funnel cloud near Albany, and that was the reason for the tornado warning. The tighter couplet has gone away. However, we will continue to monitor this storm a bit longer. So we're going to do the same. Sounds like there was a funnel cloud reported near Albany when this had some tighter rotation. It no longer has that tight rotation, so some good news there. But I'm going to put on the radar. I'm going to try to find, we have a camera that we have access to that's near Lake Cumberland. So I'm going to pull that up and see if we can visually see anything, because it's on that Burnside side of Lake Cumberland. Tornado warning out through 12 through noon here. Actually see the sun shining on that camera. I don't see much rain. I see some rain in the distance, so can't pull that up right now, but just an example of what we're dealing with there. So a little bit of sunshine, which isn't good news for later on today. That sunshine allows things to destabilize a little bit. It's definitely running into some stable air, so that's good news for right now. It's really lost its signature for sure. But again, there was a funnel reported when the storm was near Albany, which is there. Now we're not seeing that as much rotation as what the National Weather Service office. Notice this? So you've got these markers there. That's past rotation that the storm has had, and it's really lost it as it's gone off towards the north and the east. So that's a little bit of good news. Doesn't mean the storm's done. We're going to continue to monitor it for you, but it no longer has that same little couplet as it did when the storm was in Clinton County. Likely because you've already had 4 or 5 storms rolling through Monticello so far. So that, again, leads to the air becoming a little bit more stable, which is what we want in a situation like this. So from Burnside down US 27 into northern portions of McCreary County, you're not included within this Whitley City. It's far northwestern McCreary County that is included within that. If we're dealing with something, if there's a funnel or anything with this, it would be right there near south and west of Monticello. That's where my fist is at, would be where you would see that. So there's the storm. Here's where it's heading off towards the north and the east, parallel to Kentucky 90 there. Let's see if we have any more updates from the National Weather Service office in Jackson. They're monitoring this system. It's no longer looking as impressive as it did just a few minutes ago when the warning was issued, when the storm was in, again, Clinton County, if you're just now tuning in. There was definitely, at least the funnel reported there near Albany when that storm was at low location. No longer seeing that out there at the moment. None of the radar sites really giving us a good look at the storm. It's in between all of them. It's kind of no man's land here in south central Kentucky when it comes to the radar data. But if it's anything, it's right there. Good news is it doesn't look quite as impressive. Still get into your location as we're talking about. For Wayne County, this is through noon. Same for Pulaski County. That does include Burnside, south of Somerset included within that, and then northwestern, far northwestern McCreary County. Zoom out a little bit, set this radar in motion, and kind of show you what I'm talking about with this storm looking more impressive a couple minutes ago. See that little core in the storm right there? That would suggest that it had that tighter rotation. Had the pink showing up. You're dealing with a lot of lightning most likely with this storm as it was moving in. Notice how it's even started to lose some of that lightning, showing that it's not strengthening quite as much. It's a great indication, the lightning, in terms of, is the storm strengthening or is it weakening? And it looks like it might be weakening a little bit, at least at the moment. Looks stronger there towards Albany when we had the funnel reported. Now it's over top of Monticello, not looking quite as organized. So good news there, good news for us. No updates from the National Weather Service. Let's see if we have anything else on other social media. Rotation's definitely becoming more broad with this, so I would suspect they're going to allow this warning to expire. It's gone through a couple scans now, and we're not seeing it tighten up as much anymore. And I think it all has to do with how much rain that area did receive earlier this morning, and how we already had the storm action. So Clinton County is now cut out of the warning. We still have this warning for Monticello, though we're not really seeing anything showing up on our radar right now. Velocity, nothing standing out to me there, nothing there. Looking at shear, our rotation detector, not picking up anything either, but you take it back an hour, look how much more impressive it looked as that storm was moving through Clinton County. Does not have that same characteristics at the moment. Let's check out Louisville's radar. Again, still not dealing with anything there. Velocity, we've lost it there. I think if we have our director back in master control, we could here in a moment, if the National Weather Service gives us the all clear, head back to normally scheduled programming, because this isn't, in my mind, producing anything at the moment. And I think we're getting an update here from them at the moment. The signature has really decreased quite a bit and will not be going too much longer on this warning if the trend continues. So like we are suspecting, they're likely going to drop this warning soon. They technically haven't dropped it yet. I'll look around at some of the Kentucky Mesonet cameras to see potentially if there's a good look at the storm, which the Wayne County camera is kind of right stuck in the middle of the rain, so it can't see anything. So if you're just now tuning in, it's just past 11:30, 11:32. We do have a tornado warning for Wayne County, Monticello area, south of Somerset into Pulaski County, far northwestern portions of McCreary County. Through noon, the storm had produced a funnel that was reported near Albany, which is there in Clinton County. As it's moved into Wayne County, it's encountered some air that is kind of more stable, so it's not allowing it to rotate and have as much spin with it, so it's not quite producing that tight rotation as it was earlier. Not even reporting any rotation here, at least according to Jackson's radar. So good news there. It's likely just a typical storm at the moment. So we're going to, if we get any updates to this, we'll be sure to let you know. I'll provide some updates on social media. Stay in your tornado safe location until this warning does expire. Right now, we're not too concerned with it, as the National Weather Service is expected to drop this shortly. We'll have a full update on things coming up here at News at Noon. If this kind of recycles and we get some tightening taking place, we'll break it back into coverage and let you know what's happening. But for now, we're going to send things back to your normally scheduled programming right here on ABC 36.